Hello! Welcome to the stream, everybody. I'm here with an awesome group of people to play through the Awfully Cheerful Engine one-shot for Strange Science. Before I go ahead and introduce this awesome cast, I do want to let you know that if you like what you see on the stream and you think it looks really fun, then you can pick up the copy of Ace at ianpublishingrpg.com for $4.99 for the PDF and $9.99 if you want the book and the PDF. And you can post on Twitter with the hashtag awfully cheerful question. Tweet out a question that could be answered on the podcast that you can find at morris.podbean.com to win yourself a free copy of the ACE system if your question gets answered. But I'm going to go around and introduce this lovely cast. So I feel like we should start with you, Jess.
Okay, hey.
The person with the EN t-shirt on.
I am, yeah. So my name is Jessica. I'm the business manager at EM Publishing, who made the Awfully Cheerful Engine. I'm not one of the writers, though. I do all the boring behind-the-scenes stuff. So I work at EM Publishing, and you also might have heard me if you listen to Tabletop RPG podcasts, because I do the weekly show Not D&D. And this week at Tabletop RPG, and I'm also on Morris's unofficial Tabletop RPG Talk podcast, which is that podcast with a ridiculously long name, and it will let you win a free copy of this game if you would like to try it out yourself. And this is my really fun, perky character I'm playing in Ace. I think the picture tells you all about her, and Lily Johnson is an enthusiastic cheerleader. That is her trait and role. And so she's just so excited to just be here and be around in school with all her friends who clearly all the characters are going to get on and love her so much.
I can't wait to see how Lily gets on with the rest of the crew. Next up, we have the wonderful Susanna Grace.
Hello, everyone. I'm Susanna Grace, otherwise known as Susie. I am a variety streamer. You've probably seen me all over. I do RPG streams, I do art streams, I do other stuff. I also work in the tabletop industry with Black Cats Gaming. I'm the media marketing coordinator, and I'm also the art director for First Captains of Cthulhu, which is our upcoming game. But today I am playing the lovely Evie Williams, who is a rebellious outsider, which is truly a break from my usual character trope. I'm very much looking forward to channeling my innermost angst. I've got the fringe ready. I'm here. I'm in it.
Isn't that just you all the time, Susie?
Look, V, you don't have to. We're on the internet. People don't call me out like this.
Next on my screen, I have Aram. How are you doing?
I am doing well. And let's see, I am playing Theo Powell. And Theo Powell is a jock, and he's actually really into lacrosse, which is a far superior sport to all the other high school sports available.
I love it. Aaron, do you want to tell folks a little bit about who you are and what you do? Because otherwise I'm going to say
that's important, isn't it? Yes. Sorry. My name is Aram. I am the co-producer of the Dungeons & Dragons podcast, Kill Every Monster, which is a weekly creature feature of every monster in the manual.
And is any nominated?
Yes.
If you weren't going to say it, I was.
I try not to jinx it.
Fingers crossed. And last but not least, someone I'm very happy to play with again, Hamna.
Hello, my name is Hamna, and I use any and all pronouns, and I am a TTRPG performer. Today I will be playing Ozan Masood, who uses they, them pronouns, and they are the obsessive brain. So they're kind of like the nerd of the group. They love physics, they love public speaking, they do debate, but also they have a secret love of rock climbing as well, so that'll be interesting.
Awesome. Well then, with everybody introduced, I guess I should introduce myself. Hello, I am Virginia. I do too many things in tabletop, but primarily I'm a graphic designer, writer. I used to be a project manager. I've worked on a whole bunch of stuff. And I'm also a professional game master, and I'm very excited to have been asked to run this tonight. Weird, sciencey, Stranger Things, Back to the Future vibe stuff is entirely the thing that I love. So hopefully everyone will have fun tonight running through this incredible adventure, which is actually in the Strange Science book. So if you think this looks really fun and want to run it for a group, pick that up when you pick up the Ace book as well. So without any further ado, I guess, we will jump in to Wilden Falls. It is 1984, Wilden Falls, somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. Arcades are all the rage. Friday the 13th, the final chapter, is the horror movie of the month. And unfortunately for you, spring break is over. The familiar sight of Wilden Falls High School greets you. Its two-story brick facade embodies everything that spring break is not. Less freedom, more homework. The chatter of classmates surrounds you, some pulling up on their bikes, others walking together in the cliche cliques that you are so used to dealing with, and some showing up in the cars that they have acquired through hard work over the last couple of weeks. But I want to know, where do we find all of you as you wait for that bell to ring out for first period? Jess, where do we find Lily? Who is Lily heading towards? What is she doing?
Lily's outside and they're on the front, and she's with all her cheerleading friends, and we're just practicing. We're trying to do the big pyramid this year. So we're getting on out the front and just saying hi to everyone and just doing what we love to do. Just, cheering for the Wilden Falls Bears.
I like it. Is that the lacrosse team, perhaps?
It is, yes.
Yeah, go Bears.
100%.
In which case, then, how is it that you see Theo, Aaron's character?
Well, he's just so great. I mean, he's got so much school spirit, and so do I. And, we're all just one big family of the Wilden Falls Bears. And so I'm just so pumped for another year, and just so excited to be pumping up our team and watching them win the game.
So Aaron, maybe you are around somewhere with Lily as you come and approach the school, and you can already see the cheerleading squad getting ready for that school spirit for the first game of the season.
Pulls up in his Jeep Wrangler without the doors on it, parks right in front, pops out, and is like, "Hey, Lily, what's up?"
Oh my gosh, it's Theo! And all the rest of the team are like, "Oh yay, Theo, go!" Ah!
Yeah,
and we're all
me.
having
I'm
a great
here.
time.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, how was your break?
It was fine. Like, I didn't do a lot. We were on the boat a lot. Like, my dad got a new boat, so we took that out a lot. Yeah, so yeah, it was nice. How was yours?
Oh my gosh, it's so much fun. I was practicing the whole time, and now I can do 2 backflips in a row, so it's going to be so great for the pep rally.
Awesome.
And we're going to make some signs. Sorry.
It's all right.
As
this conversation is going on, and Lily and Theo are kind of stopped in the mid walkway having this conversation with the sound of cheerleading in the background, who ends up walking into the back of Theo, not paying attention to what's in front of them.
I think it makes sense for Ozan to be the one. I think they're walking to school, books in hand. I think they've been rifling through a physics textbook as they were walking by, and nose in the book, not really paying attention. And because of that, they kind of just walk in and bump into Theo, not noticing. Oh,
Theo's always got a lacrosse stick at all times, and you just get thwacked with it by accident. Oh, ow. Man, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, that was my bad. Hey,
no,
Theo?
It's my bad. I didn't even see you. But I should always be aware of people coming up at all times, because in lacrosse, people can come at you from any angle. So you always have to be aware. So that's my bad.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Ozan doesn't quite understand
no one does
lacrosse at all, and isn't really sure what Theo's going on about. But they just kind of nod very politely, and not one to argue with Theo. They put their textbook, I think they close it up and they kind of put it in their bag. They've got one of those messenger bags, and they kind of put it inside.
That's a cool bag.
Thanks. It's new, actually. I just got it for winning the debate competition last week.
Oh, wow. They give out bags for that? That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't really from the competition itself. It was more like a present to me.
Oh, right.
As a
right. It doesn't have a debate club logo on it or anything. It's just a nice bag you won because you did well. Yeah, okay, fair. Yeah.
So as the three of you are now stood in the walkway, sounds of cheerleading, people pulling up in their cars. Evie, what do you do as you begin to approach the school, and you can see this group of people, whether you know them or not, and you're friends with them or friends with somebody in that group.
Uh-huh.
How do you enter this strange conversation? It's a mixture of cheerleading and lacrosse and
Picture
debate club.
this. The camera is focused on Evie's face. She has a cigarette hanging out of her mouth because she's a wrong'un. And the wind is blowing through her hair. You can see she has headphones on, and you hear the soundtrack. It's Ronnie James Dio, Rainbow in the Dark. And to her, she's in a music video. She's living life. To everyone else, all you can hear is the puttering and the clanking of this Yamaha motorbike, which is falling apart. The exhaust is destroyed. It sounds like a fighter jet coming into this parking lot. And she just pulls it up, just puts it wherever, kickstand down. She sits there for a moment. She revels in the fact she's smoking on school grounds. Who's going to tell her off, you know? So she puts out the cigarette, stomps it with her boots, combat boots, naturally, as she gets her backpack, tucks it onto one shoulder, and she kind of just approaches the gang. She's like, "Sup?"
Hey, Evie.
Evie, you really shouldn't be smoking. You know that, right?
Gotta die of something, huh?
Oh, Evie, I love your belly top. It's so cute. My mum won't let
Evie's
me
so
wear
cool.
one.
She won't?
No, she says. Oh, it doesn't matter what she says. Anyway, she
You
doesn't
should
know
just-
anything.
You should just wear one. What's she gonna do? Ground you?
Maybe.
Yeah,
But then I wouldn't
you
be able to
don't
get
wanna-
to cheer practices after school.
it's the
Exactly.
early
You don't want to
80s.
get grounded.
Theo has one too. Like everyone's got a belly shirt. Like everyone's got a crop top right now.
Look, Lily. That's why God invented windows, right? Your parents ground you, you just go out the window. What are they gonna do?
Yeah. That
They
is
didn't tell me
exactly
that
why
in
God made
church.
windows.
As you consider this thought, Lily, that the window is another route out of the house that perhaps you hadn't considered taking while grounded, as Evie suggests,
I've never
you
been
can
grounded.
hear the loud school bell begins to ring, signaling that you should be making your way to your first period, which you all have together, and it is a history class.
Ugh.
As you shuffle through the halls and eventually make your way in to settle into the classroom, around you, students are scrambling for books that they haven't opened in a few weeks over spring break. Some of them sitting on their desks, chatting about their spring break, making plans for lunch and where they're going to go when school finishes. And the door opens. An older woman with graying hair, a very out-of-fashion pantsuit, and thick-rimmed glasses enters. Mrs. Carmen has a warm smile on her face as she guides in a student who is unfamiliar to all of you. He has a plaid shirt on, a brown tie, beige pants, blonde hair that's perfectly parted to one side, freckles, and smiles with a perfectly straight, perfectly pearly white grin, carrying a few armfuls of books, not all of which are for this class. It looks like he's carrying the contents of his locker for the day. And she addresses you all, trying to get you into your seats. Good morning, class. This is, and she turns to this young man, and he just kind of looks out with his big grin. Steve. Well, class, say hello to Stephen.
Hello,
She-
Stephen.
She does that typical, like, wait for the whole class to repeat. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? As she kind of looks at him expectantly. And he just stands there with a big grin on his face, holding his books. I'm Steve. And he stands there in silence after that, smiling. Mrs. Carmen looks a bit confused as this awkward silence continues. And eventually, without saying anything else, Steve heads over to a vacant desk in the middle of the room and sits down.
It's
Puts his
okay,
books
Steve.
out.
I'm not good at introductions either.
I like to imagine it's the desk next to Evie, and she's doing like the very awkward bisexual sit, you know, so she's got mostly legs on the chair, and she just sort of stares at him as he comes and sits down, and she goes, Steve.
And he sits down. It's like book open immediately, attentive and ready to learn. And when you kind of call over to him, he kind of just turns his head, like almost turning the top of his body to you at the same time in a really strange fashion. And just looks at you, still with a smile on his face.
And Evie just like leans as far back in her chair as possible, and she just goes, "Are you from Stepford?" Ugh.
No,
Okay.
is the only answer he gives while smiling.
Well,
And
that
then a
was-
moment later, I live at Pineview Estates. And then he just turns the top half of his body back and puts his hands on his book, staring at the blackboard.
Evie furiously scribbles something and throws it at like a little wad of paper, throws it at the back of Ozan's head.
I would
Have you-
like you. I want you to make me the first move of the game. I want to see if you manage to
Ooh.
get this at the back of Ozan's head, or whether it goes a little bit too far and maybe ends up somewhere else in the class.
Oh no.
So you're going to be making, I'm going to call this a moves check. So you're going to
Okay.
take whatever your moves stat is, you're going to roll that many dice.
We got 5, baby.
And you're looking for a 10 or higher.
I got a 16.
Plus the 3. And your 6s explode if you want to re-roll the
Oh.
6s and add that on.
I got 2 6s
Yeah,
exploding.
so you're at 19 right now.
Wow.
So 29. Yeah, you aim this perfectly at the back of Ozan's head. This little ball of paper. Nobody seems to notice, and you manage to time it just as Mrs. Carmen turns her back to the class and begins writing out the title of today's lesson.
I want to throw it so it's like perfectly placed so it rolls in front of them onto their desk. So like ping.
Yeah.
Ow. And they look down at their desk with this piece of paper. They like look back at Evie.
Yeah, so as
With,
you
like,
unroll the piece of paper, it's a really hastily sketched picture of Steve as an alien.
And they look back at you, Evie, and they mouth, "What?"
She's just like, he's weird.
Okay. And Ozan like puts this paper down and starts rifling through their bag and like pulls out a different book. I think since we're in history class, I think they pull out like their book on like their astronomy class, and they start rifling through it, trying to find information that might be useful to Evie at this point.
I mean, what are you looking for? Because I'm almost certain there's probably nothing about aliens called Steve in an astronomy textbook.
Probably not, but I think Ozan's thought is like, okay, if Steve is in fact an alien, as Evie seems to be very convinced that he is, then there might be some information about like what kind of planets might be able to house life like Steve, you know? Like just trying to find like some sort of lead on where he might be from.
Do you want to roll for it?
Yeah, let's do
See
it.
what happens. Okay, go ahead and make me a smarts roll then.
All right. Let's see.
So that is going to be a 4 in total. Was that the right amount of dice? Let me just double check.
I
Should've
did
been
3
more.
dice.
3 dice, yeah. Okay. Do you want to go ahead and roll that again? I'm not sure if it rolled the first lot properly or not.
Sure.
Just double check. Oh no, it did. So it's going to be a 6. Yeah, you have a rifle through. Aside from some speculation on what planets might need to sustain life, like Earth, an atmosphere, some source of oxygen, assuming that life would require oxygen, water, just the right amount of heat. There's nothing really helpful in here, particularly about a starting point for where Steve as an alien could be from.
Then I think Ozan kind of like sighs, picks up the piece of paper that Evie had drawn this picture on, and kind of wrote a list of like things to check about Steve. So things like check if he needs to breathe, you know, check if he like needs to drink water, and then like rolls it back up and like tries to throw it back at Evie.
Make me a moves test.
Okay, let's try this.
Oh, that's a calamity dice. That's a 3 in total. So when the calamity dice rolls a 1,
Yes.
something bad happens. But the fun is everyone else gets to narrate what that is. It's not just me. I will put a little twist on it. But as a group, what happens as Ozan fails to throw this back to Evie?
Can I intercept it?
Yes.
Perfect. So as you go to throw it back, I just catch it in my lacrosse net and pull it in and unroll it. And like, I'm looking at you and nodding. And then I pull out a pencil and I write, and then I roll it up and I toss it to Susie.
And just as you toss it to Susie, you notice there's a voice as Mrs. Carmen rings out. Do you want to share with the class, Evie? Ozan? Theo?
Yes, Mrs. Carmen.
Share what with the class?
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I mean, last time, what were we studying last week? What was it?
You were on spring break last week, Evie. Do you even know what the title of today's lesson is?
No.
Well, let's find out what you've been writing on that piece of paper between the three of you then. If it's nothing, you won't mind me reading it out to the class, will you?
Evie is... She's going to take the paper and just stuff it in her mouth.
You're already there.
Lily, you can see all of this happening as you're sat maybe
Yeah.
like only a desk or two away. Like, what's Lily's reaction to this going on?
I am shocked by this interaction that's going on and that they're getting in trouble, and I'm trying to think of a way I can get them out of it, but now that Evie's eaten the paper, I don't know how to do that.
As Evie is eating it, like the last thing you see is what I wrote on the bottom, and it just says, if he eats cats, just like Alf, he's probably an alien.
Amazing.
So look how he acts around cats.
I think as Evie sees that, she's kind of like, she looks at, like, as she's, you know, stuffing it in her mouth, she looks at that, she chuckles to herself. She looks Mrs. Carmen dead in the eyes and she just goes, "Hail Satan," as she finishes off the last bit of paper.
Evie's so
It's
cool.
the 80s.
Yeah.
Go and stand in the hallway for the rest of this class.
Sick.
Ooh.
She's picked
Get
up her
out of
bag.
my classroom.
Just goes outside.
And you are sent outside. Is there anything anyone else wants to do throughout this lesson? It's a really, really boring, like, American history lesson of something that isn't even that exciting or particularly predominant. It's for an upcoming test. So if you do want to, once you kind of get into doing the work, you have a chance to chat a bit more to Miss Carmen, to Steve, to each other, if you want to in this moment.
Yeah, I want to try and ask them what was going on. I'll be like, guys, what were you doing?
Evie thinks that Steve might be an alien.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I don't know why she thinks that, but she seems pretty convinced.
That's kind of mean. He's just the new kid. He
Yeah,
probably
but-
just doesn't have any friends.
Yeah, but like Evie's kind of half an alien. So if Evie thinks someone is a full alien, then they probably know what they're talking about.
Well, that's just mean. We should invite him to sit with us at lunch. He probably doesn't have any friends yet.
Yeah, but that's what the aliens want. Like that's why they get you, because they can't come into your house unless you ask them in. So
No, I
that's
think
what they want.
that's vampires, Theo.
Yeah, I'm not allowing boys around my house anyway.
Yeah, because they could be aliens.
No, but I think that we should actually invite Steve over for lunch. You know, I mean,
Yes.
See what
Worst
he eats. Yeah.
We can
if
figure
he
that
pulls
out.
out like a rat, then he's probably an alien.
He's not going to eat a rat.
Who knows?
And if he's not an alien, then we make a new friend. I feel like
Yeah.
it's a win-win scenario.
We should make him drink milk. Because if he can't drink milk, he's definitely an alien.
Do aliens not
Okay.
drink milk?
Well, they don't drink cow milk, right? They like drink alien milk. And cow milk probably won't work for them. It makes sense for
I
human
never
beings
thought
to
about
drink
that.
cow milk, but not for aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Lily, do you want to ask Steve?
Yeah, I'm near his desk here. So I'll lean over towards Steve and be like, psst, hey, Steve.
And he turns again with kind of like the top half of, not just his head, just the top half of his body as he turns awkwardly and looks at you.
Oh,
I'm Steve 27. I was on spring break.
Okay. I'm kind of sold now.
awesome. Okay. I was just gonna ask if you wanted to come and sit with us at lunch, because like you're new and maybe you didn't have any friends. My name is Lily. I'm on the cheerleading squad, and that's Theo, and he is on the
Yo.
lacrosse team. And Ozan, they are so smart. So if you're struggling with the work, they could be really good to help you out.
And he's got this big smile on his face, like he's very happy to be talking to you. And he kind of awkwardly turns and waves at Ozan and Theo. I would like that.
Okay,
would be
great.
nice.
Steve, 27, did you say?
Steve 27.
Is that like French or?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
I take Spanish, so I don't really speak any. But okay, well, I'll see you at lunch. We'll meet you by the big health pyramid food poster thing.
Okay. He smiles and just goes right back to his work.
And I'm gonna lean back and be like, okay, he's a little bit awkward, but maybe it's because he's French.
because he's French. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Oh. Yeah, you know, I did read about that in world history.
Yeah, the French number the kids.
He's got 26 brothers and sisters.
Or he's like the 27th, like, Steve. Here.
In the family, you know, it's like how like
Yeah.
there was like Louis XIV and whatever, so he's probably like Steve the 27th.
That's
Oh.
exactly what it is.
Okay, that makes
Yeah.
sense. Well, we'll chat to him at lunch and we'll ask him. Maybe he lives in a castle.
Maybe.
Outside of the classroom, Evie, what are you up to? Because you've just been sent out to stand in the hall with Miss Carmen, as probably usual, not knowing what to do with you
No.
in this lesson.
Evie is lying down on one of the benches. She's got her headphones on. She's got a cut off leather jacket because of course she does. She's got that tucked under her head as a pillow, and she's just there like that, just vibing, having a great time. She's having a little sleep.
Oh, okay, fair enough then. So while you have a bit of a catnap outside, seemingly getting out of lesson with Miss Carmen at her wit's end, because I imagine this is a regular
Evie's the
occurrence of your
worst.
parents being phoned and you have detention, and it just goes on, and she's reached a point now. The bell rings eventually towards the end of this lesson to usher in the next period, and it wakes you up, Evie, just in time as Miss Carmen kind of steps out of the door to let the class out and walks up to you and hands you a detention slip.
Same time as usual, same place.
She doesn't even answer you, she just gives you that look.
And she gives a really like sarcastic salute. Pleasure doing business, ma'am.
She just turns around and goes back into her classroom as she kind of ushers people out, reminding you of your assignment. Your next class is a little bit more interesting, thankfully. You have something to look forward to, as chemistry is your next class. And with one of your favorite teachers, maybe collectively, Mr. Goodall. What I want to know is, why is Mr. Goodall your favorite chemistry teacher, or just your favorite teacher out of most of the ones at the school? What is it about him that that makes him so great?
For Evie, it's because he's the only teacher in the school that has realized that she is a hands-on learner. She's not she's not a ready kind of learner. It's why she struggles so much in classes and acts out. But Mr. Goodall saw that if he just gives her something to do, then she's usually a bit more like restrained, and she absorbs stuff. So she actually learns stuff in his lessons.
What about anybody else?
Lily, he thinks that he's like kind of cool because he's one of those like young teachers, like he's in his early 20s and the rest of them are like 40s and 50s. So it's like, oh, he's so down with the kids and stuff, even though he's probably not, but like,
he's more down with the kids than 40-year-old Miss Carmen.
Exactly. Yeah. So she just thinks he's really cool.
Yeah, I think for Ozan, it's that Mr. Goodall lets them do more advanced work, and none of the other teachers are willing to like deviate from the curriculum enough to do it. But Ozan has somehow managed to convince Mr. Goodall that like it's a good idea, and so they have a really good time just like doing, if we're in, let's say like grade 11, grade 12 or something like that in this, like we're doing like early college level chemistry sometimes, and that they find really fun.
What about Theo?
Yeah, well, see, Theo's got to keep a C average in order to play lacrosse, and science is really hard for him, even though he tries. And Mr. Goodall's very patient. So a lot of after-school activities to keep my grades up allows me a lot of bonus work, right? That's maybe like, not quite science, but science-y, so I can get by. It's very flexible that way.
Awesome. So this is a pretty good class to have on your first day back after spring break. You know, Mr. Goodall always has a good experiment, something fun, especially kind of at the start of this semester. And you take your seats, and 5 minutes go by, leaving you all unsupervised without any sign of your teacher. Steve is also in this lesson, and he takes his seat and puts his books out and just sits again with his palms on his books, just waiting, doesn't talk to anybody, just stares at the blackboard and waits. 5 minutes after that, and students around you begin to take advantage of this seemingly teacher-free period that is now starting. And 5 more minutes after that, the door opens and a strange woman walks in carrying a folder full of notes. Good morning. I'm Miss Wilson. I will be taking over Mr. Goodall's class today. And she puts the notes down on the desk and begins to separate out a few piles and begins to write her name on the chalkboard with that horrible, every time there's a downstroke, the chalk squeaks. And after she's done writing Miss Wilson across the top, she turns, picks up the papers and goes to hand them out. Yes,
my name is Lily. Is Mr. Goodall sick?
That was mine too.
I am afraid I don't really know.
Oh. Okay.
All I know is that he didn't arrive for work today, and yes,
Ozan, who might know what happened to Mr. Goodall? It's just, he's not normally away from class, so this is kind of strange.
I see. And yes, you are.
Hi, I'm Theo. Is it possible he was abducted by aliens?
You look across at Evie, and she's tapping a cassette tape case on the thing. You can see it's handwritten. It says Chemistry Jams. And it's got like Judas Priest and like Van Halen and stuff. And she was clearly going to give this to Mr. Goodall because I think they kind of like, he's a cool teacher. He likes good music. And so she's kind of like, what's going on? And she looks across at Theo. She's like,
yeah.
And you can see that Miss Wilson, like, she's taking in these questions, but she hasn't properly answered them. And there's something on her face that tells you she's thinking about something, but she hasn't voiced it yet. I assume that many of you have been away for spring break from the town, seeing family, and I don't really know if I'm supposed to tell you this. And for a moment, it looks like she considers saying something, and then she just starts handing out the papers. No matter, it's fine. You will still have your lesson today, so...
So, V,
yes.
There's a little interjection here. Evie's role is that she always knows when someone is lying.
Yes.
So she's going to be homing in on this woman because Mr. Goodall was like the one good teacher. He was the only reason that she came to this freaking school. And he's not here, and she's hiding something.
So she's not outright lying, but she's definitely keeping something from you. Like, she had that moment where it looked like she was going to say something. That kind of teacher, like, oh, well, maybe I could get away with telling them this, but then doesn't, and just goes back to handing out the papers. But she looks troubled as she passes all of your desks to put on essentially like a worksheet. This is a typical substitute class of, I'm not really going to teach you anything. I've just been given a pile of papers to hand out.
Evie looks around at Ozan, Theo, and Lily, and she's like, what's going on? Something's happened.
Yeah. Just lent a lot of credence to your alien theory.
Is there anything in the newspaper about, like, aliens and stuff?
No, because they never write it in the press. Like, there's always a cover-up, right?
Oh.
The government don't want us to know there's aliens.
We could check, though, if we went to the library and looked at microfiche, because that would be the technology that exists right now. We could do that.
There's also another student beside you, Evie, somebody that you know, maybe another little bit of a troublemaker, leans over and goes, you didn't hear?
Hear what?
She's like, what, Brett?
What?
Well, that you went missing.
You what? And like Evie's like,
I heard from some kids that were hanging out at the old abandoned camp that like he was walking through there in the middle of the night, like properly losing it, and just like walked into the lake or something.
What? Nah,
That doesn't
no
sound
good, all.
right.
That's not right.
You lot weren't here last week when like people were out walking around the lake just looking for something, and no one would tell us what it was. That's all I'm saying.
Like what kind of people?
I don't like the sheriffs and that.
Yeah, like the town.
People's
Okay.
parents and stuff, you know.
Oh wow. No, we didn't know anything about that.
That's what I heard anyway from the kids that were hanging out down there.
Which ones? Was it the stoners? Because if it is, you can't trust a single what they say.
Nothing.
I don't know. Like I heard it like fourth hand, but still.
Oh man, we gotta get to this lake.
And
Yeah.
nobody knows what they were
Field
looking
trip?
for?
Ask her. Watch her face. I bet.
Okay.
If I'm wrong, then it'll be fine, right? And he kind of like leans back as Miss Wilson comes back down across and goes back to doodling pentagrams over the top of his science paper instead of actually doing any work. Yes, Theo?
Hi, Miss Wilson. So what happened at the lake?
She kind of looks at you. Go ahead. Are you trying to convince her to
Yeah.
tell you what's going on?
Yeah.
Make a style test for me.
Not my strong point.
And don't forget, if your kind of focus is related to it, you get to add 2 extra dice to your roll as well. So
Yeah. I got 8.
Okay.
you got 8. Okay. Look, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. There was a search going on. There was some concern, but it looks like that Mr. Goodall has just left town. It didn't look like he said much. Maybe just a family emergency. I'm sure it's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
So
And
are we
Evie,
gonna...
you can 100% tell that like there's something she's not telling you.
Yeah,
Theo.
she's lying. Okay,
Yeah.
so y'all want to play hooky? You want ditch?
Should we bring Steve though? Because otherwise he won't have anyone to sit with at lunch.
Evie, I've never skipped class before. I have a perfect attendance record, and
Look, tell you what. I can smoke a couple. Call and I'll pretend to be your mom, and I'll tell them that you've got a dentist appointment and you have to leave.
Yeah, like in
They won't
Ferris
know.
Bueller. Yeah.
Yeah.
are you sure?
Yeah. No, like for no reason whatsoever, I may have practiced this a little bit.
Yeah.
Really convincing. You gotta live a
Okay.
little, right? You gotta live a little.
If you can promise that this won't get us in trouble.
Cross my heart. Hope to die. Scout. All that.
Yeah.
Evie, you'd
Okay.
probably know that if you could make it back to the school before the end of the school day for like your last period, you might just get away with not being caught out.
Yeah. And I have to be back because that's when lacrosse practice starts. So we got to be back by then anyway.
Yeah, and cheer practice starts then.
Yeah.
And I'm
We
meeting
can
a
have
guy
the
to get a
field,
new
you can have
muffler
the
for my
field.
bike, so
I don't know what that is. Okay.
So your lesson continues onwards, filling out the many worksheets that get handed out instead of the usual fantastic experiments that Mr. Goodall usually has you doing. And the bell rings again, signifying the start of break time. And as you kind of make your way to the outside, I imagine, so Evie can smoke those couple of cigarettes to try and fake this phone call, you are greeted by the sound of loud synthy pop fitness music that gets louder and louder as you approach the exit doors to the school. And you can see a bright lime green van parked outside as the source of the music. It looks like an ice cream truck, but instead of being decorated with ice cream cones and chocolate flakes and ice poles, it is this lime green color all over, and it's just got pictures of what look like milkshakes almost, but they're bright green and bright pink. A couple of overly smiley women with big 80s kind of perms jump out the back, dressed in brightly colored lycra fitness wear, headbands, leg warmers, all in your typical kind of purples and whites and pastel yellows. Emblazoned with the logo of a fitness shake company you've never heard of, that's nutrition, as in NEW-trition, as the play on words. While a man with perfect teeth, fading freckles, perfectly parted hair, and a wonderful smile hands out cups of this lime green drink to students. And you can see the women almost kind of in unison in a really like peppy, like fitness show attitude of like, free, come and get your super energy fruit fit juice shake. It makes you fit, healthy, smart, cool, attractive to others. Try it now. Your first shake is free. And there was a queue of students just kind of not even really queuing, but coming up and taking these free shakes that are being given. And the side of the van lists all these health benefits and your typical kind of fitness shake deal going on here.
Yeah.
It's free?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go get some then while we wait.
Theo walks right up. I mean, fitness is good.
Yeah.
So we should get this. Yeah.
I mean, have we checked whether or not their claims are actually true? Because a lot of companies are doing that these days, where they'll make all sorts of claims, and it's just a scam.
They can't say it if it's not true. They certainly can't put it on a van if it's not true. Also, they're not going to lie because they want to sell things to us, and therefore they're going to tell us the truth. And he just downs a cup of it.
Yeah, look, I don't get anything out of a van that doesn't have a wizard painted on the side of it.
There is nothing with a wizard
I'm
painting.
going to have one that's free.
Yeah.
So one of these women who, again, perfect 80s perm, wonderful, perfect smiles. They look like twins. They are almost identical to each other. Kind of take the juice from the man in the van who's serving it, who looks strangely familiar, and hands them to any one of you that wants them. Who takes one? So Lily does, Theo does. Okay, Evie and Osmond, you don't take any, but you can see other students around you do, and you spot Steve amongst this group of students out here who is taking one and who is slurping it down. Theo, as this touches your lips, it tastes awful. Same for you, Lily. It's really, really bitter. It's not sweet at all. It's not at all like any kind of milkshake or juice drink. In fact, you can't even taste any kind of... You're not sure what green vegetable or fruit was put in this to make it any kind of fruit shake, but it doesn't taste like any fruit shake you've ever had.
So it's bitter and thick like a smoothie.
Yeah, it's
Gross.
Bitter. It's thick. It's like it hasn't been properly like pulsed in a blender, and it's chunky, and it has the color, and it almost has like the smell of like damp kale to it.
I don't like it.
Gee, this sucks. And just throw it in the trash. Wow.
Yeah, I'll put mine in the bin as well, like more gingerly.
Yeah, I think
but I will say thank you to the people that gave it to us.
Oh yeah, no, it was really nice, but like you may want to test that more because that is awful.
And one of the twin-like women looks at the both of you. Thank you for your feedback. We'll be sure to take it into consideration.
Okay.
You can find more of our stuff over at the Pineview Mall at Nutrition. And they give you these big beaming smiles and hand you some leaflets. And you can see that most of the other kids around you are starting to dump theirs into the bin. There's a couple that have like maybe made it like a couple of sips in, as if they were really trying to maybe impress somebody or look like they could deal with it when others didn't. But most of them give up.
Yeah.
Steve seems to have finished his and puts the empty carton in the bin.
Steve liked it.
Alien.
Maybe he's just, got a strong stomach. Or maybe somebody dared him to finish it.
Maybe he's got 3 stomachs because he's an alien.
I was watching. No proboscis, no unhinged jaw, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he isn't off this, terrestrial plane.
As you have this conversation, the shake van very quickly packs up and leaves, but not before handing out a bunch of those flyers that are really cheesy, like lime green background with nutrition plastered across the top, and some really badly taken photos of the Pineview Mall, which is very kind of run down and has been for a while, with most of the shops being closed or closing. But it's of a very glossy shop front with all of this fitness wear, and the same two women, or women that look like them, big 80s perms and lycra fitness outfits, standing outside holding these cups of juice drink in a kind of like promotional awkward pose.
We should follow that van.
I thought
we were going
Should
to
go
the lake.
Right,
Yeah.
we're going to the lake. I'm sorry, you're right. I got distracted. I get distracted a lot. And beep beep, he would just beep his Jeep.
Tell you
Come
what,
on.
though. Let's go to the lake. On the way back, let's hit the mall.
Sounds great. Typical
Yeah, I
80s
love the
teen
mall.
afternoon. Yeah.
If we have time, yeah, because we should really get back to school on time though, just so that we don't get in trouble.
Look, anyway, if you do, I'll just break into the records room. I'll change your record. They won't notice. I did
Yeah.
it last year to mine.
Yeah.
Really?
It would
You can do
probably, for the sake of travel, the mall is closer to where you are. To get to the lake where the old camp is, you're actually going kind of all the way around, because Winden Falls is right on the shorefront of the lake. But the camp is the other side of the lake to where you are.
Yeah, the
So it's
mall's
up
on
to
the
you. You
way.
can drive the long way around and go to the camp first, or you can hit the mall first. That's closer. That's just north of where you are.
Oh, yeah, let's hit the mall first, then it's closer.
All right.
And then, you know, if Ozan gets cold feet, we can always just bring them back.
Okay, so what's your plan to get yourselves out of school, hopefully without being noticed? Are you just going to up
that's-
and leave and
Yeah,
hope
if we
for the
load
best?
up in the Jeep, they might see us. There's that.
I think we should do what Evie suggested, since Evie seems to have the most experience doing
Yeah.
this out of everyone. So if you want to call pretending that you're our parents.
All right, all right. She takes a big drag of a cigarette, really lets it just mess up her throat there for a minute, hacks up her lung. All right, I'm ready. Payphone.
I'd say that you can wander a little bit down, just not quite off, just off of school grounds to a nearby payphone. Probably you'd have to go by yourself to not be spotted by somebody, looking out for students trying to slip away unnoticed, but you can do that. Whose parents are you calling first?
I'm not calling parents, I'm calling the school administration to pretend to be a parent.
Oh, yes, sorry. That's exactly what I meant. Whose parent are you pretending to be first? Are you just going to be calling Osman's parents, or are you going to
I think I'll go Ozan's parents first, because they were the most, iffy about this whole thing, and I really want to secure Ozan. The others, they're like cheer squad and lacrosse squad. They can't actually really get in trouble. The school depends on them for funding, so Ozan is the only one that would really get in trouble. And Evie, she's always leaving school, so I imagine at this point they just let her go. They don't even try and stop her.
I feel like it's probably got to a point where it's like, we can't stop her. She'll just find another way.
It's a lost cause.
Yeah, she's done the whole lot. She's gone out the bathroom window. She's just up and walked out. Oh, I have a hall pass. The whole... She's tried everything.
In which case, then, you are going to be making me a style test as you ring up and you get the school secretary. Hello, Wilden Falls High. How can I help?
Does this count as disguise?
I will say, because you decided to smoke the cigarette to try and use that to make your voice more gravelly. Yes, why not? I'll take it.
Okay, so just remind me, what to add to my normal? Oh, 2 extra dice.
So you just roll 2 extra on the dice roller. Just add 2. I'd roll 2 extra dice on the screen.
All right, I am rolling 4. Huh. Does that count as 2 6s exploding?
It does. So it's a 16. So you need to re-roll those 2 6s.
So
and that's going to be a 22.
22.
Which just enough. This was a hard difficulty, which means you have to hit 20 or more. So you get the school secretary. Hello, Wilden Falls High. How can I help?
Hello.
Hello.
This is Ozan's mom. They have a dentist appointment this afternoon and have to leave class.
Okay, can I just get a full name? And it, like, you have to go through the full name, surname, you know, can you confirm this next? And will you be picking Ozan up?
Sure.
Okay, then when they make their way to their next period, I shall let them know that you will be waiting for them in the parking lot.
Yep. Parking lot with
Wonderful.
the sedan that
We
I
do ask
have.
that in future you do try to book these appointments outside of school time.
Yeah.
But I can see here that Ozan has a perfect attendance, so we can overlook it just this once. Thank you for
Thank you.
calling. And the phone hangs up.
Nailed it.
Evie comes back to the group coughing her guts out.
So, how'd it go?
I'm your mom now.
Oh.
Officially, legally, I'm your mom now.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
I don't think that's how that works, but I assume that
no.
means
You're good. You're good. Don't worry. They said you got a perfect attendance record. They're going to overlook this one appointment that you have this afternoon.
Thank you, Evie.
I gotcha.
Oh my gosh. That's such a relief.
So we're going to the mall now?
Well, we should probably wait till the start of next period because that's when Ozan's mom is coming to pick them up. Then we'll just, I'm probably going to duck now because I mean, we're between lessons. It's expected of me to just not show up. So I'm just going to do that. But I'll meet you at the usual spot.
Okay.
So the bell rings for the next period now that break is over. Ozan, you are informed that your mother is here to pick you up and to head to the parking lot for your dentist appointment. There is the usual slight unrest that happens whenever a student gets to leave a class in the middle of the day. But you can all successfully meet up back in the parking lot while third period goes on. How are you getting to the mall? It's about a half an hour walk, or you can drive there in about 10 minutes.
I can drive.
Let's get in the Jeep.
Get in the
Get in
Jeep.
Theo's Jeep.
All right.
You all pile into Theo's Jeep and make your way up to the mall.
It's got oversized tires and one of those big bar racks with 8 lights on it. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So inconspicuous.
Stealth mission.
So you make your way up to the mall, and Pineview Mall has mostly been abandoned. There's only a few shops that remain open, and pretty much all of them have closing down sale plastered across the front of them. The mall was built alongside Pineview Estates, which is like a big kind of housing estate that's not too far from here for workers for the nearby power plant and the labs that are up by here. But when not as many people as expected kind of moved in for jobs, the mall kind of very quickly fell to ruin as businesses weren't making enough money to stay open. And Wilton Falls itself isn't a massive town. And you get a little bit of tourism, but certainly not enough to warrant a mall the size of this. There are only 2 places that appear to have an exception to this closing down or already closed state. And that is Robertson's General Stores, a little general store whose shelves still appear to be mostly bare, like a lot of the shops in here, with a bored shop clerk who looks like they're barely awake behind the counter. And the nutrition shop front, like the van, is a bright lime green color. And you can see racks of fitness equipment for sale, garish lycra outfits, headbands, leg warmers, and a juice dispensing station up by the counter. Behind that, there's a door that seems to lead somewhere else, presumably to some back room or a storeroom. And a curly-haired man who has headphones on, probably a little Walkman, sitting behind the counter, just kind of staring into space.
Oh, nutrition. That's funny.
Okay, gang, so what's the plan? How are we going to figure out what happened?
Well,
I guess we could, see what they put into the drink.
yeah.
If they make it here, yeah. And if they
Oh.
don't, we could just ask them,
We
right?
gotta
I mean,
get
we
in
could
that back
pretend.
room.
Can we pretend that we're doing this for our chemistry project? That we need to, research a really cool concoction, and that we think that their drinks are just the perfect thing. We could.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ozan, that's great. You go tell them that.
Yeah, corporations will show their formula to kids all the time. We should, yeah, let's do it.
I mean, it's for science, right?
Yeah,
So-
for science.
Okay,
Science.
cool.
Hands
Hey,
up for
Ozan,
science.
you've got this. You can do it.
Yeah.
And one of my abilities, because I'm a cheerleader, is I can cheer people on to be their best selves, and I can grant one of my karma points to one of my friends, so you can have a karma point for your roll when you do it. So you get an extra
Perfect.
dice on your
Aw.
roll from me. You can do it, Ozan.
Heck yeah. So I
So-
think we walk into the store.
You walk into the store. There's no one else here. You walk between racks of like typical 80s tracksuit in their pastel colors and their blocky prints. Another little rack that's got multicolored headbands all over it. Some of them also plastered with the nutrition logo and little images of shakes. Until you get up to the front, and the curly-haired shop clerk kind of looks at you for a second as if he doesn't really believe there's somebody in the store, and scrambles to take his headphones off. Yeah, what can I get you?
Hi. So my name is Ozan. These are my friends. We're
Hey.
actually here from Wilden Falls High as part of a chemistry project. We're supposed to do a report on new and improved formulas, and we thought your milkshakes, your drinks they taste amazing, and we just wanted to know how did you make them? What goes into them? And I
Yeah.
think Ozan is like pulled out like a notebook and a pen and is like ready to like take notes.
Go ahead, make me I say you can either make style for going the charisma anger, or I'll let you do a smarts one, because you're kind of playing on I know more than you about what I'm talking about to make it seem believable.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with smarts because that's better for me. Oh, and I got a 4.
You do
Did
get
you
the extra dice from my karma as
Oh,
well.
yes,
so you get one
right.
more.
if you roll from the exploding sixes, that way it won't re-roll the calamity die on here.
Perfect.
Just select an extra die. So that is 6. Cunning man kind of looks at you and goes, I don't really I mean they just pay me to work behind the counter. I don't really know what's in I can get a packet from the back and you can look at the ingredients, but I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. I don't know if corporate would like that very much.
I mean, we're not gonna, do anything with that information other than just our chemistry project. So
you can would you like a shake?
sure, while we wait for the packet.
He puts a few cups on the table for you to help yourself at the dispenser, and he kind of disappears off into the back for a while. And up here you can see at the counter, it's just more kind of fitness faff and advertisements about the drink, about how they make you healthier and cooler, and all of the wild claims that you saw along the side of the bus that the twins were telling you about. And you've got the shop opening times as well. It looks like they open at 11 in the morning and they close at 7.
I think Ozan is going to nudge Evie while this person goes to the back to grab like the packets supposedly with the ingredient information, and they're just going to nudge Evie and kind of whisper to her, "Hey, you're more familiar with this kind of stealth mission than I am. Do you think that there's something in the behind the counter that they're not showing us?"
And Evie's like, I don't know, I'll have a look. And she's just like, she's very uncomfortable in this store because it's all pastel and bright colors and pinks and neons, and her vibe is very not that. So she's kind of like, if anything in here touches her, she's gonna have an allergic reaction. But she sort of just like casually saunters behind the counter while this guy, she just makes it look like she's not doing anything suspect.
Make me a moves roll, and you can use your stealth ability
Sick.
with this.
All right.
And
That's
because the
gonna be
door to the
7
back is still
die.
slightly ajar.
Mhm.
And you can hear him moving about like he's moving a box around or something.
Okay, so that's 29 plus 2, and then 2 6s
Ninja.
exploding. Oh my god, is that another one? It keeps going, right?
It keeps going.
Yeah.
It keeps exploding.
Ah!
So 29,
Again.
30, 38.
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
44, 48. Jesus, Susan.
You
You
Even-
fade. Yeah, you fade into
Even-
the shadows.
Even
These
I don't know what you're
statistics
doing.
are amazing in this because they just keep going.
The lights flicker for a moment. She's gone. Just like Batman. Just
You
disappeared.
slip around the counter and you manage to start like poking in behind drawers and cubbies while you can hear this man still like rummaging around for something in that back room. With a roll like that, I'll say that you find a set of keys. One of them, and there's like 3 on there. One is marked for the shop front, one is marked for the storeroom, and one is marked for the office.
Nice.
And they're all just on like a little keychain with those really terrible plasticky tab things that are like half mashed up. You can also find a cassette tape behind there. It looks like it's the latest releases from Queen.
Okay, take that. Yeah.
Oh,
But,
nice.
it's just like in a stack of other cassette tapes that look like they've been like recorded off the radio or something. But this one's
Oh, they
labeled
got
Queen
erasure.
along the side. That's about it. Like there's no real information behind here. There's not even really that much money in the cash register for a
Oh,
shop
'cause you
that
know
looks
she looked.
this-
Yeah.
yeah, there's maybe like $30-40 in petty cash.
All right, I'll take 10.
You
She's
could
not
take
good.
$10 out of it with that stealth roll for sure. You manage to press the button and just like put your hand in front of the till so it doesn't make the loud noise as it shutters open. Slip the $10 out and like click it shut again.
And then, very casually, the lights flicker. She's back.
And suddenly, before you know it,
Jesus.
Evie's back round the other side of the counter with you.
She's spinning
Holding a
keys on her
$10
finger
note.
and $10.
Wow.
And then she throws that erasure tape at you. There you go, Normie.
Nice. Oh man, I love
Um,
erasure.
I got the keys. If you can keep him busy, I can go have a look.
Oh yeah, I can get look. I got him, and I walk back like over near it, and I start looking at protein shakes. So when he comes out, I'm just gonna pepper him with questions about protein shakes.
And he comes back out, and it looks like he's bringing with him like what looks like a plastic bag full of this shake stuff in it. And you can see he's flipped it over to the back where like all the ingredient information would be, and he kind of plops it down on the counter and goes, I can't let you take this, but you can take notes.
Cool.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Kind of
And
points at it, and he keeps his hand on the bag, but not in the way of you reading any of the nutritional information on the back.
I think Ozone starts like writing down, copying down what all of the ingredients are as like Theo starts his distraction technique.
And I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah, like, so is this protein shake gonna help me bulk? Because like I gotta add pounds because I play lacrosse and it's really important to be very cardiovascularly fit in lacrosse. So I'm not sure which one of these has the most calories. Yeah.
Go ahead and make me a style test, Theo. And I will give you an extra dice because
Ooh.
Ozan is also kind of keeping some of that attention by writing stuff down and him being very cautious to keep his hand on this packet.
Okay, hang on. I think. Wait, did I roll the right? No, I rolled the wrong thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you use the dice roller at the bottom, it should do it all.
Why am I not seeing the dice roller at the bottom? I'm seeing the one on the left hand side. Is that the wrong one?
If you
Oh,
head
I
up to
see it. Wait, hang
collection,
on.
It's a little
Wait.
macro beneath the names.
I see it now. Okay, sorry. There.
You're good.
Did that work?
So that is 3 dice with
Not
a
great.
calamity dice. Oh no. Do you want to spend a karma point? Because you can negate that with a karma point. Otherwise, everyone else gets to decide what goes wrong here.
No, I think that's fine. I think it's fine if it goes that wrong because I am a terrible liar. Yeah.
So you start going on with this, and like he doesn't look like he knows at all what it is he can help
Yeah,
you with.
like the zinc, it's really important that there's a lot of zinc. Like that's what helps you get bulked up. Yeah.
Ozan, you know that this is everything coming out of Theo's mouth right now makes 0 sense.
Yeah.
But I want everyone else to decide what happens here that goes wrong with that calamity die as Evie and Lily try to sneak into the back.
I think Lily's crashes into something and makes a noise, and Theo's not able to keep his attention with his wonderful scientific knowledge.
So, Lily, as Evie slips ahead of you, right, just getting to the door, and it's not locked right now, he's just come back from it. And you're kind of waiting by the door, telling Evie to come over, and Lily to come over. And Lily, you trip on one of the big circular racks that's just got loads of like sweatsuit tops hanging on it. It catches on your bag, like on one of the hangers, and what starts as like a tugging, trying to get yourself untangled, the whole thing goes over with you, which does eventually untangle you. But the curly haired man at the counter turns round. It's like, what are you doing? You can't be back there. Get back over. Come on.
And I think Liz kind of freezes in the moment, not knowing what to do, being caught, like, and kind of looks at Evie to fix the situation somehow.
Evie gives Lily a wink and closes the door and locks it because she's got the key.
Right.
Okay.
And before she does, she's like, "You should probably all run."
Okay, sorry, I'm gonna go now and
Just
follow.
go on. Get out of here. I've got people coming soon for pickups and go. Before I
Okay.
call more security.
Let's.
And like, he doesn't seem very sure of himself in that if he can even do that, but he's trying now to get you out as he goes over and starts picking things up.
all of us are leaving now.
Oh, okay, sure. And I think Ozan like finishes writing like the last of the ingredients and like tucks their notebook away and follows Lily out.
Yeah.
So the list of ingredients, Ozan, so that you know, is like every green vegetable and fruit you can think of. It's kale and cucumber and celery and lettuce, and it looks like a grocery shopping list of fruit and veg. You didn't taste it, but judging by everyone else's reaction, either it's a really terrible combination, or there's something else in the drink that they haven't listed that's giving it such an awful taste.
Interesting. Is there anything?
Evie, Sorry, go on.
I was just going to ask if there's anything unusual in the list. Like, is it just fruits and vegetables, or is there anything else on it?
Make me a smarts test.
Okay, let's do that.
So you can re-roll that 6. 'cause they
Amazing.
explode. I'm just going to check something in here.
That's an 11.
An 11 total. Okay. You can tell just by looking at this that this list is a very odd list. Just by what's in it, there's a lot of vegetables, and most shakes, they pick 3, maybe 4, along with some vitamin supplements or something, or some other kind of food has health benefits. But this just looks like somebody wanted to justify this being really, really green and lumpy. Something doesn't add up between what's actually in here and the nutritional values that it claims to have.
Okay. Yeah, I think Osan is just going to sort of like relay this information to the group as they're like going down the list, and they're just going like kale, cabbages, spinach. Like it doesn't make sense.
It didn't taste like that. It tasted like, I don't know, really gross, but didn't taste like fruits and vegetables.
Yeah.
But Evie's still inside. She didn't leave. So, she might be able to find out. Maybe they put like a weird chemical in.
How's she going to get out?
Well, she has the keys.
Right, but like, how's she going to get past what's his name?
I didn't figure that out. I guess Evie has a plan.
Well, okay, she's pretty good at that. All right. Well, we should pull the Jeep around back then, in case she goes out the back.
That's really smart. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, thank you. He doesn't get that very often, so he's very happy.
Yep, Lily thinks he's smart, so
Awesome.
Evie,
Mhm.
inside the store, what are you doing now? Now you're in a storeroom. It's not very big. It's like a little shop backroom storeroom, right? It's
Mhm.
not where you'd offload all of your stock, but it's where you keep backup of the popular stuff. There's a few boxes that look like they're full of tracksuits and headbands and leftovers that don't fit on the shelves outside. And then there are boxes of like when you get like restaurant soup that comes in huge packets, like plastic packets that you just tear open. It's that. It's just packs of these, and then hundreds of empty kind of reusable Tupperware boxes, like the type you get from like a Chinese takeaway that's just like a clip, like takeaway Tupperware boxes. All of them filled with this green liquid. Just kind
Okay.
of stacked up on the shelf.
So yeah, she does the typical kid looking for something thing. She's just pulling shit off shelves, and she grabs one of these Tupperware boxes and shoves it down into her, like, she shoves it into her top. It's very uncomfortable, probably leaking a little bit.
Yeah.
And she's like, I guess this is what is in here. Is there another door?
There is another door that's just got like a crappy little office plaque stuck to it that's like not even straight, that someone's probably
Okay.
slapped on there at some point.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, because I've got the keys, right? I'm gonna go and look in this little extra room.
So you click the door open, and somewhere inside your shirt you can feel this Tupperware box is leaking something. You can smell it first, that really bitter vegetable smell. It's definitely staining whatever shirt you have on.
It's already stained.
So in this office, you can see there is a small desk, no computer in here, but you can see there's some stacks of paperwork that maybe are accounts or order forms and things like that. A threadbare office chair that doesn't look very comfortable. And there's a bunch of other kind of paperwork in folders kind of just left out on the desk.
Okay.
If you rifle through it, the most interesting thing on the desk are some photographs. You recognize the man in one of them as Mr. Goodall, and written on the bottom of this photograph in like black Sharpie are the words "Find him." The other photo is of a man in a lab coat. It's got the nearby laboratory. Let me double check the name before I mispronounce this, because I do that. Where are we?
This is a plot twist moment, though.
Oh, yes. Sorry, 1 second. My PDF reader is misbehaving. Where are we? Let's load.
While we're here, I'll just make another little reminder that if you want a free copy of this game, all you need to do is go on Twitter and use the hashtag #AwfullyCheerfulQuestion. And if I choose it to answer on the podcast, I'll just send you a free copy there. And it can be any tabletop RPG question. It doesn't have to be about this stream or about this particular game. It just can be about anything.
It's the Osterman Research Labs. It's got, you recognize the labs. It provides some jobs for folks in the town. And they're right up by the power plant, and he appears to have an Osterman Labs logo on here. It is titled as Dr. Eric Dunwood. He is an older man with frazzled hair that's kind of mid-work. This looks like a photograph from either like a marketing shot or like inside the lab. For some reason, this photo has been taken. And written on the back in red Sharpie are the words "Find and Replace."
Oh no. So Evie looks at these pictures for a minute, and it's that close up shot as she's rifling through them, and then there's her face, the look of surprise, and then anger and confusion, and all these teenage emotions all at once flash across her face. She stuffs the photos into her back pocket. She just grabs some of the files. They also go down the top because it's unlimited storage. And she's like, I gotta get out of here.
Do me a favor, Susie. Just make me a moves test.
A moves test?
Because it's about how agile you are, how accurate you are, and as you're shoving this stuff down, I want to find out if you manage to knock the Tupperware container free from the inside of your top and get it everywhere.
Okay. Hang on. No, all right. I was going to use a flashback for this, but I don't need to, I don't think. That's a 17.
17. Yeah, you as you try to shove this down, I mean, you're wearing like a crop top, so trying to fit this isn't working very well, but you manage to kind of shove the files down in front and then get the Tupperware kind of tucked under your arm so you can hold the lid shut without covering these notes in strange green vegetable liquid. Everybody
ingenuity
outside, as you're now drawing in between your kind of travel time here and walking through the mall to actually get here in your interaction, it's probably coming on towards lunchtime now, or would be if you were at the school. And you notice cars begin to pull up in the car park here. Several dozen cars. The same car. They're all little family hatchbacks, all painted red. And getting out of them are average height men with perfectly parted hair who all look vaguely similar, family related almost. Perfect smiles, fading freckles. And every single one of them gets out of their car and starts making their way into the mall.
Yeah, those are the aliens.
Is that Steve's dad?
Well, there's a lot of them. So, they can't all be his dad, but, maybe.
That's very, very strange. Do you think that we should follow them? One of us should follow them in?
Oh, yeah. Okay, look, I'll pull the Jeep around. You guys follow them. And then if anything goes wrong, just run in the back. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Let's go, Ozan.
And go.
Yeah. We'll work on the timing, Ozan. Don't worry.
Right, that's okay.
Yeah,
So,
I'm not really used to that.
Osman and Lily, describing what you're doing is you hop out the back of the Jeep to go and follow, and Theo starts bringing it around. What are you doing here? Is this line of men just kind of make their way into the mall? They don't talk to each other. They are all dressed very, not exactly the same, but very similarly. Beige trousers, some kind of half-decent button-down, and a very light sweater over the top. They've all got the same hairstyle. All look eerily related in some way.
Mormons.
I would like to spend a karma, if I may, to instigate a flashback and to say that the outfit that I chose for today just happens to look very similar to the outfit that these men are wearing.
That tracks.
My hair is not styled correctly, so I think I would need to fix the hair part to make it closer to what they want.
That is pretty cool. I like the idea of that this morning you got up and this is the outfit that you picked for kind of your first day back at spring break. But go ahead and make me a style test to see if as you're kind of walking in, you can restyle your hair to this kind of perfectly parted, swept over.
Can I help Ozan do their hair? Because I also have fashion as my style thing. So
oh my god, that's so cute.
Go ahead and roll for style as well, Lily.
Okay.
And
so I
add those extra dice for the fashion.
Okay, cool. So that'll be 4 dice in total for me.
Oh, you know what's happening? I just realized. Every time I roll the 2, it doesn't actually roll 2 dice. It just gives me a 2 every time.
Oh,
I just noticed that.
is very strange.
There's a missing open bracket in the macro.
I will fix that.
Because I was like, I've been rolling like 2 every single time. That's kind of weird.
Do you want to just like roll a regular d6 for me, and we'll add that to the
Yeah.
calamity dice. So you rolled a
Anyway.
7. So you're trying, and the problem is to get that kind of like slicked over, pull back style, you need some kind of product, and you don't have any. But Lily, you are never without hair product, I imagine.
Of course,
So
it's the 80s. Who doesn't have hair product?
describe to me what this looks like as you're helping. You're watching Osmond struggle as they try to like get their hair into a similar style, and it's just not going.
So I rolled a 12 with my style and things, and so I'd be like, Ozan, let me help you with this, and it's like an 80s like montage
Aquanet.
moment. So I'm gonna take off their glasses as well. Oh, and suddenly they're gorgeous, like the 80s trope. Isn't it? Like, and then I get out and it's all like, and then the camera's focused on me, like getting out this comb and this like hair gel that's this probably toxic 80s brand that's just as bad as this sludge we're investigating. And I'm there doing all this, and then I step back and the camera pans out, and they can't see anything without glasses. I don't know if they wear them or not, but I added that, and the hair is done like just in that awkward, perfectly parted way.
I love it. So you manage between the two of you to get mostly Lily to get your hair to look very similar, although you are probably maybe a little bit shorter than some of these men that are walking in. They are all eerily the same height. But you manage to kind of blend in with the crowd. It's only really Lily that maybe sticks out a little bit.
I at this point I'm gonna hang back so you can blend in and I don't throw it off. You got this.
Stay nearby though, okay? Just in case.
Yeah, I'll just be right over here looking at the scrunchies and the 80s version of Claire's accessories or whatever it is. I'm gonna go in there.
Yeah, it's another store with a battered up storefront that's like closing down. But you can go in and kind of like a really 80s movie moment where you're like looking at the scrunchies but looking out of the shop window at the same time.
Just like pretend browsing, looking at things like that.
So Osmond, you walk a kind of like fall in line with these men who are walking through, and all of them are making their way to nutrition. And you notice as they are all lining up at the counter in one long line, maybe 25 of them, all almost identical. Each one, as you watch them come past the line as they leave, leaves with a Tupperware box of that green stuff. Every single one. Do you continue in the line as you're with them?
Yes, but does it look like any of them are like paying for it, or are they just like essentially like cafeteria style, just kind of walking in, taking it, and leaving?
They're kind of walking in and just being given it by the guy behind the counter and then leaving. And maybe 3 or 4 of these men ahead of you. The man stops and goes, well, one second. Turns to the door. And Evie, this happens maybe as you're taking a moment, like you've got this all under here. And now you're working out, how do I get out? Listening at the door, and you can hear people the other side of it now. So maybe you're taking a moment before trying to open it. And you see the door handle go. Obviously, it doesn't open because you've locked it behind you. There's a little like thud on the door, someone in frustration, as you can hear the muffled voice. And Osmond, you can hear, one sec, I need to get the key. I didn't think I locked this. And Osmond, you can see the curly-haired man, the store clerk, reaching under the table, trying to find the keys that you know Evie has.
Can I say that at this point in time, I have made it kind of like close-ish to where the storage room door is?
Yeah, you're like maybe 3 people back from where the counter was, so you're not too far away.
Okay.
People kind of spread out as they get a little bit closer to the counter because you can fit like 2 people around it at the same time. So,
okay, if I am close enough to it and far enough away from the counter, Ozan is going to, I think, like try and like whisper through the door, just like, Evie, unlock the door.
Go ahead, make me I'll say this is moves, like to kind of move around and quickly whisper this as the guy, because the door's behind the counter, as the guy is like searching around, but you might just be able to like slip up and say something or knock at the door or something like that.
It is still doing the weird thing with the dice, so I'm just going to roll 2d6s.
Yeah, roll 2d6s.
Normally.
I don't know why it's doing that, because it rolled for me. It might be roll 20 just being strange.
So that is a 7 total.
7 total. You go to whisper, and you manage to slip round and whisper it, but Evie, you don't hear it on the other side of the door.
Okay. On the other side of the door, I've seen the handle jiggle. I assume there's like no windows here, right? It's in the middle of the mall.
It's
a
the
storage
middle
room.
of the mall. Yeah.
Okay. She puts the key in the lock and unlocks it. And then I would like to do a flashback.
Okay, so you can spend your karma point to do that.
To do a flashback. And I would like to flash back to football season 2 years ago.
Okay.
Evie is ditching class. She's on the bleachers. She's sketching away in her notebook because she's an angsty, misunderstood artist. And she starts, she's watching absentmindedly the football practice, and she's watching the boys in the armor like clash and do drills and tackle runs and other football things. And it flashback to that hazy teenage. She gets a little crush on a boy, and she watches him. He's one of the linebackers, one of the smashy boys. And so as she comes back into it, as she's unlocked the door, she sets herself in a tackle position, having watched this boy she had a crush on, and she's ready to just charge whoever comes through so she can get out.
Okay, go ahead. Make me are you waiting for the door to open, or are you like trying to charge through the door just to make a run for it?
Not charge through the door. Evie is aware that she is probably not hefty enough to go through a door, but the second the door opens, then she can go.
Okay. You don't see the door handle wiggle at all, and Ozan, as you whisper to it, there's nothing that you don't hear the click of the lock immediately. There's nothing that implies Evie even heard you. And then the man behind the counter stands back up again. Maybe I didn't lock it. Goes back to the door. Goes to jiggle the handle, but it's the typical thing of now it's unlocked, and he goes for it too forcefully, and like the door almost swings open into his face, and then he sees you there, Evie. And like, what are you doing in here?
In
and he goes to go grab for you. He goes to grab for you as if to like just grab you and drag you out. Go ahead and make me that brawn test.
Oh god. Does this count as brawling?
This does. Yeah, I think so. Because you're aiming to kind of tackle him, but tackle him out of the way, right? That's what you're going
just to
for.
try and like barrel through him more than anything else.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we got a 6.
Susie with the 6s tonight.
I'm on it. Okay.
So you are at 27.
27? I can
27.
Yeah.
Yeah, you Ozan, you see as the man like swings the door open almost too hard, he shouts he's spotted Evie. And then Evie comes barreling out like a linebacker and just smashes straight into the guy, who goes into the counter, knocks the couple of like Tupperware boxes of green juice that are still on there flying onto the floor. Everything in like a meter radius gets covered with this, including the men at the counter. What do the both of you do?
If I see Ozan, I'm grabbing their hand and we are legging it. We are out.
In that case, I think I am leaving. I think with a Tupperware in hand.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make one roll here as the shop clerk just tries to like scramble himself up and tries to grab at you. 5, 6, 7, 8. No, He tries and just ends up kind of like semi-slipping on all of the splattered green juice that's around, and you can manage to just leg it out of the mall. You out of breath, breathing heavily, like your lungs hurt. It's that kind of like white feeling that you get in your mouth when you've been running too long. Lily, you see all of this happening as suddenly like green stuff goes flying. Somebody gets barreled into a counter, and you can see Ozan and Evie just legging it out of the store. What do you do? None of these men seem particularly alarmed by this. They kind of turn and watch awkwardly. But Evie looks like she's like bundled up with something as she runs.
I'm gonna go follow them to make sure they're going the right way to where Theo is, round the back.
I imagine that, Evie, if you are leading, you are still heading towards the front where Theo was originally pulled up.
I will try and gesture that way. I'll be like, it's this way, and then like kind of run to try and lead the way.
You can
using
hear
my best
Lily
cheerleading voice
somewhere behind you. I like the idea of that, like going for like the cheer captain voice. It's really high pitched, kind of almost sing-songy, like you're going the wrong way, and you can turn around, and the three of you can make it out. Theo, what you see
for like coolness points, a little bit of the soup goop falls out, and we do like an Akira slide as we turn around, you know, like the slippy.
I'm here for it. That's exactly what happens.
Yeah.
Theo, outside, you're sitting, waiting,
Plan
and then
erasure.
suddenly,
Yeah.
beside like the other, like the back exit for the mall, the doors burst open.
Oh.
Lily, Evie, and Ozan are just legging it straight towards your Jeep.
Get in. And he
Yeah,
turns it,
hit the gas or whatever. I didn't pass my test yet.
just peels out.
You all pile into the back of Theo's Jeep, doors just shutting behind you as you start to drive away. And it looks like you've made it out of the mall. You don't see anyone that seems to have followed you. There's no one standing by the door. If mall security were called, you have outrun them.
Yeah. Got away clean.
What did
Evie
you?
has
what
a
did
fresh
you
pair
find?
of shades she shoplifted from that store.
Nice.
I bought a new hair scrunchie, but yeah. I paid for mine. What did you find?
Oh, and then she fishes out from her butt pocket these Polaroid pictures, these photographs.
That's
Find
Mr. Goodall.
and replace? What does that mean?
Aliens. I told you.
Yeah,
Did
that's
he
what
get
aliens would
fired?
do.
Aliens or clones.
Or robots.
Yeah,
or
I don't.
robots.
Or Russians. Because Russians are a big threat in the 80s.
Russians.
Right. Russia.
I don't like the idea of replacing people. And I think Ozan like looks closer at these pictures to try and see like is there something that is the same about the location in which these pictures are taken? Any clues about like where these people might be being kept, if they're being kept anywhere?
Smart.
So Mr. Goodall looks like he's photographed probably on his way about town. Like it's just a suburban street somewhere in Wilden Falls. The other man, who is labeled as Mr. Eric Dunwood, he looks like he's in a laboratory at the time. It looks like he worked for the research lab, judging by the lab coat. But where he might be, it doesn't say. You gather from the message that whoever took the photo, it was perhaps like an old staff photo or something. They obviously don't know where he is. But you know that Mr. Goodall was apparently a target for whoever wrote these out.
Maybe he's in hiding at the lake.
Yeah. Well, they said he went into the lake. I guess he could be hiding in. Well, we should go to the lake. And he whips the Jeep around.
You whip the Jeep around and you take the kind of 40-minute drive all the way around, down through Winden Falls town, all the way around up towards, it was the abandoned summer camp.
Sure.
That,
Oh God,
Evie,
cool.
your friend had said. Some people down there said they were hanging out and saw Mr. Goodall hanging around there a little bit. So Winden Lake is pretty big, except for the unbroken except for Signet Island. which is the island in the middle off to the east side of the lake. It's a small circular spit of land that's wooded and only accessible by boat. And the whole area around the spit of the lake, especially by the summer camp, was really popular for kids to hang out at, both at the summer camp and just generally. It was 100% like the town makeout spot. You know, every small American town has one. And the summer camp was thriving until an incident about 5 years ago where all but one of the camp counselors was brutally murdered. And it hasn't really been used since.
Yeah.
So you pull up into the old parking lot that would have been part of the camp, and you can actually hear two people talking somewhere just off around some trees. The sound of plastic bags and things being moved about.
So I want to try and sneak a bit closer to listen to who it is in case it's Mr. Goodall or I don't know, someone else.
So go ahead and make me a moves test then.
Okay.
You kind of creep out of Theo's Jeep.
All right, so that'll be 4 because my moves is 4.
What's
And
6 there?
Oh yeah.
So if you hit the exploding sixes button, you should be able to.
Cool.
Nice.
That's
So
13. That's like 19.
19, 13, 14.
Yes.
Yeah, 19.
Math
You managed to like sneak out, and you've probably got like trainers on, right? So you've got like a nice soft.
Yeah, my cheerleading uniform. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you haven't got heels on or anything like loud, stompy combat boots. So you can kind of sneak up really carefully up to kind of the tree line and look in, and you can see a few of the abandoned cabins kind of dotted about that are in disrepair. And 2 older kids, not quite adults, not quite teenagers anymore, both wearing like bright blue camp t-shirts that look really faded now. Like the print on them looks like it's been washed one too many times and it's started to peel and crack. One of them is holding a big plastic bag, like a black bin liner, and they're like picking up rubbish and stuff into it. And the other one is a little further off, and it looks like they're picking up like bits of broken glass and bits of wood that's fallen off the side of the cabin. And they're having a conversation about how long it's going to take them to get this place up and running again.
Okay, so they're like camp counselors that are rebuilding the camp.
Kind of looks like it, yeah, is what it looks like. But it's just the 2 of them. There is no one else here helping them out.
Okay, I'm gonna sneak back and tell the rest of the folks. And I'm like, hey, so there's like 2 camp counselors in old t-shirts cleaning up, talking about reopening the camp. I didn't know that was going to be happening.
Maybe they saw Mr. Goodall when he was here. Maybe they can tell us what happened.
We should ask.
Yeah.
I don't know about you lot though, and Evie is sitting on the hood of the Jeep because of course she is. She lights up another cigarette. I could use a break.
Yeah.
V.
Yeah, let's do that then. Let's have a quick 5-minute break, friends. Sorry, I had my other window covering the chat and I didn't realize.
No, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Let's go for a quick break then, and we will come back upon our gang here approaching the 2 camp counselors to see if they can figure out what happened. We will be back in 5 minutes, so make sure that you sitting watching have a chance to stretch and grab a drink because that's good for you. And we will be right back. And we are back. So we are back with our crew as they've just reached the abandoned campgrounds to find two would-be camp counselors trying to clear the place up a little bit. And they've just snuck up to the tree line, or Lily has, to see what's been going on. So what are your next plans? You were just chatting about maybe asking these two individuals about Mr. Goodall, or if they saw anything happening at the lake recently.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
that
no,
would-
I think Lily and Theo, you know, you're the like normies, you're the nice kids.
Yeah,
We
we
should
got
do it.
this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense.
Oh,
and
okay.
You're
Yeah.
probably the best at talking to other people, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe they went to William Falls High. Maybe maybe they're fellow bears.
Yeah. Well,
You might be able to
let's find
recognize
out.
them if you get a bit closer.
Yeah.
as
Let's
well.
go take a look.
Okay,
So-
let's go.
Evie and
got this.
Ozan, you hang back at the Jeep. Is that the plan? Or are you like waiting in the tree line where Lily just was?
I think it might be interesting if Evie and Ozan kind of like look around the lake just to see if there's any signs of like, I don't know, footprints or, you know, people having been. We were told by Brett that people had just like walked into the lake. And
Yeah.
so maybe
That-
like checking to see if signs of like people in the lake or something like that.
That's what they claimed, that like somebody saw someone just walk into the lake. And
Yeah.
so you two can kind of go off a little further along down to the lake shoreline while Lily and Theo, you approach these two people. I'm guessing that both of you are fairly popular kids, right?
Yeah.
You run
I
in
mean,
the popular
yeah.
kids circles, all the cool
Yeah.
kids circles.
Yeah.
We're just likable.
Mhm.
I'll say in that case then, you definitely recognize, at least one of you recognizes one of these individuals. Lily, you will recognize Fiona,
Okay.
this blonde girl with, again, like another big 80s perm, as is fashionable. She was on the cheer squad for a little bit, a few years above you, and she is decked out in a pair of shorts and like this loose-fitting old camp t-shirt that's a few years old now. It looks like maybe it's getting a little bit small on her, and it's all faded at the back, but it is the camp t-shirt for the camp. It's got a picture of a little log cabin that's half peeled and faded now. You know her to be very bright, very bubbly, very typical American cheerleader like.
My kind of person.
And Theo, you know Philip. He's just finished graduation. Like, he would have graduated last year. He was on the lacrosse team.
There we go.
So a fairly built young man, as he's kind of like dragging these bits of the log cabin that have like cracked off where the wood hasn't been treated in a long time, and trying to like move them into a pile to kind of clear the debris from just being littered around. They don't really notice you as they approach. They're just kind of having this kind of loud conversation back and forth about what they need to do. They've got to clear this up, and then they've got to go and clean off some of what was left from the stains on the wood on the inside of the cabin. But still very bright and bubbly. Fiona seems a bit annoyed that nobody else wanted to help them out. She's listing off a few names. Lily, you might know some of them. Some of the other girls who were a few years older than you in her year, that may have at one point been interested in kind of being camp counselors, because we all know what summer camp is famous for, when you're a camp counselor with other young people. And apparently they didn't want to come and help. It wasn't cool enough. The camp t-shirts weren't fashionable enough. And this is the scene that you walk into.
Oh my God, Fiona!
Yo, dude.
Oh my God! Lily? Was it Lily?
Yeah, it's me from the cheer squad.
Oh my God! Are you head cheerleader yet? You were doing so well last time I saw
Oh
you.
well, I'm hoping next year, maybe when I'm a senior.
You'll get it for sure. You'll get it for sure. And like, she's like all over you, besties. I
Yeah.
love your scrunchie.
Oh my God, I just got it at the mall. Thank you. So you're like working here as a counselor? I didn't know the camp was starting up again.
Well, it'd be nice to get it started up again. There's just nowhere for us to hang out, you know? And like, it's fine for you high school kids, you know, you have the arcades, but us older, us young adults, we don't have anywhere to hang out and meet new people, and it would be good for summer jobs because, well, I have chosen to be limited on my credit card now. And she kind of smiles, a big smile that's definitely hiding something there. And she kind of goes on for a little bit about herself. Theo, as you kind of say what's up to Philip, he kind of turns round and he's got like a big chunk of log in. He kind of drops it down, dusts his hands off. Theo puts his hand out for a big old handshake and bear hug.
Yep. Slaps
What's
the back.
on?
What's up, man? So what you guys doing here?
Go Bears.
Go Bears.
Yeah, and you all kind of wander together as this conversation's happening.
Yeah.
I mean, were you interested in helping us out, or?
Well, actually, look, you guys have been around here for a couple days, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're down here most days.
Yeah. Did you see Mr. Goodall while you were down here?
The science teacher?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't think so. I know that folks were looking around here last week for him. There was a big search and everything, but we haven't seen him.
Do you know what was happening when they were searching around here?
Oh, something about they wanted to look through the campgrounds, and we were cleaning up, and he's kind of trying to remember, and then Fiona steps in. Yeah, no, that there were loads of people here, just looking and combing everything, and I thought a dog went missing, but then they said it was a person, but then there wasn't anything. Nobody had seen him. We hadn't seen him.
Who is looking for him?
Oh, I mean, there were some of the sheriff's department, and they were the ones that had the dogs and were leading everything, and then there were just a few people from the town who were just I don't know, I guess helping out. Like when a kid goes missing on TV, when you see those. Yeah. But no, we haven't had anything that we've seen. I mean, so annoying that somebody stole one of the boats last night. Who's gonna do that? But
they stole
aside
one
from
of the
that,
boats. Anything else weird going on around the lake?
I mean, stealing the boat is weird. Who wants to go out on the lake?
Yeah.
Right. There's nothing here. Yeah. There isn't even any of the water sports stuff that they used to put out in the summer. The only person who uses the boats around here is that guy who lives on the island, and he has a boat, so I don't know why he'd take ours.
Totally.
And to take ours, he'd have to be on this side anyway, and he doesn't leave that little island. And
the guy that lives on the island?
Yeah, the really weird and creepy one.
Yeah, totally.
And Philip jumps back in. You don't know about what's his name? What's his name, Fiona? She's I can't remember. Dunstan, Duncan, Dunk something.
That's an island name, yeah.
Is it Dunwood?
We see him sometimes on his little boat when he goes over to the jetty on the other side. I guess he has to buy food or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally.
You think if you were living on an island, you'd grow it or something, right?
Yeah. And Lily's trying to look at Theo oh my god, this is the photo, trying to, but with her eyes.
Huh. Wow. And I'm not making any connections at all. So it's a real shame that someone took one of your boats, right? Surely you have more than one boat, being a camp, maybe a couple canoes, but one of them, poof, big deal.
And Philip kind of turns around. No, it's the only one we've got. It was the only working one anyway.
Oh, that's a real shame. If someone wanted to take another boat. But look,
that's one of the rowboats. We still got some of the little canoes and stuff, but they're stocked up in one of the cabins, kept away.
Right. Well, it's a good thing you put those away in the cabin so that no one could just take them and paddle out to that island in the middle.
But now someone's got to go and get our boat back. And I'm not going on don't get me wrong, I'm not scared or anything, dude. That's not.
Hey, listen, it's a good thing we came by because my dad's got a boat, so I know everything about boats. We're just gonna take one of the canoes and we'll go get it for you. We'll bring it right back.
Yeah, and it's not a problem because I'm on the swim team as well. So
exactly. And lacrosse is just like swimming. It's a real good cardiovascular workout.
Okay.
I mean. And they're kind of looking at each other, and Fiona's Well, it would be dangerous for us to let you go out on there, but I suppose if you're on the swim team and you play
Mhm.
lacrosse, then
Yeah.
would you be
Translates
like willing to
perfectly.
like swim a short lap in the lake and just like show us that you're okay? Because like if anything happened to you, it would be on us. We're not officially camp counselors,
Sure.
so like it would be doubly on us.
Yeah.
So like
We'll go-
you don't have to swim
Yeah.
far, just like from the shallow bit of the dock here to the end of the dock. And if you can do that okay, then I guess maybe you can take one of the canoes if you're going to bring the boat back.
All right.
Okay, sure. I'll just get changed into my swim team costume I have in my bag here with me.
Okay.
Theo just strips
that
down and
cabin-
dives in. Just goes right to his boxers and dives in.
Fiona points you, Lily, to one of the cabins that looks in
Yeah,
a
yeah.
slightly better shape, and you can just see through
Mhm.
the windows that have been cleaned, like there's canoes
Yeah, yeah.
stacked up in there, so you can go and
Okay.
change. And stares a little bit too long at Theo just stropping down to his boxers right here, and is just like, "What?" And Philip's like, "Oh yeah, you've been working out, dude. You like he
Yeah,
really
bro.
hypes you up."
Yeah. Feel
Cool.
So while Theo and Lily get changed to go and swim this lap, Ozan and Evie, you are walking. You're not too far, like you can still see the cabins, but you're down by the lakefront. What is it you're looking for? What are we walking on when the camera pans to the two of you?
I think because we had been told that supposedly people had been just walking right into this lake. Supposedly there's a reason that they're walking into it, right? And there must be signs of that. And if it's not true that they're just walking in and maybe people are being thrown into the lake or something, then there might be signs of a struggle. And so I think Ozan is kind of looking at this shore of the lake, looking to see if there's any footprints, any, I don't know, like dragging sort of marks, and also checking to see if there's anything unusual about the shore in any way, like has something been spilled here, or has somebody just any indication that something's kind of off.
Okay. You can go ahead and make me. I'll call this a smarts test.
All right.
Don't forget, you can use karma to roll an extra point. I don't know
Yeah, I'm
why
gonna-
the table's not rolling properly with.
That's
two
okay. I'm
guys.
just do. There we go. Oh
There we go.
no, that still also did not roll properly. Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah, I think for some reason the macro just
2,
isn't working.
1.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, so
It's
that
just
should
Roll20
be
being weird, I think.
yeah, that is a 13.
That's
And you know what? If it does fail, I'll use a karma to add on to that. But if not, then
That's enough. That's enough. You walk along here. You don't see any big drag marks that would look like somebody was dragged into the lake. You don't really see any footprints that lead into the lake that look like somebody would have walked through here. But that's kind of hard to tell anyway, because you imagine there might be people that walk their dog here. The camp counselors have been up and down here as well. What you do find along the shore of the lake is an big old brick telephone that looks like it's been broken apart, maybe dropped, that's kind of now waterlogged where the water's lapped up against it, and an ID card for the high school.
Evie, get over here.
And Evie has, she's found a poking stick, just in case she found a body, because you've got to have a poking stick if you find a body. And she immediately runs over. She's like, what? What you found?
This phone and this, and they hold up the ID card. Which, who is it for?
It's hard to tell. The picture on it's been like scratched out, and so has the name, but it's definitely for the high school. You can just make out the high school logo.
Do you think this is Mr. Goodall's?
Do teachers have ID cards?
Yeah.
It might be.
They got him.
Which means that he was here, that Brett was right in that he was here. But
Yeah.
why would
why
he just...
here?
Yeah, and why would he just walk into the lake? What's down there?
I don't know. And Evie's like looking into the water, being like, maybe there's okay. I know. Sometimes, my mind does run away a little bit, and I like to have good imagination time on my own. But what if there's something under the lake? Right, this guy, and she pulls up the Polaroid with the lab coat. What if there's like a secret Russian lab under the lake?
And you think that they're what, like experimenting on people down there?
I don't know what they're doing, man.
Do we go down there and see? Can you swim?
Yes. I can't drown. I'm good at not drowning.
Okay, that's a start.
Yeah.
As you have this conversation, you hear two splashes a little further up the shoreline, near where there's like a little jetty where like you could put rowboats or get into canoes, and you see Lily and Theo diving into the water. The water is cold, the two of you, as lake water is. It's not super murky. It's at least clear up here, and so you start kicking a little bit, and then it picks up all the silt near the shore. But I would like both of you to make me a moves test for swimming. And Lily, you've got a skill in swimming, so you can add.
I do. It's my
extra
focus.
dice.
Yeah.
If you have karma, remember that you can add karma. You can spend karma to roll an extra dice as well.
Nice. And then I hit that exploding.
It's got a little
So that
exploding
will
on
be
there.
17 for you, Theo.
Nice.
23 for me.
23. Did you want to use a karma to negate that calamity dice?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
yes, I
nothing
do.
terrible happens. So the both of you manage to fairly well, like kicking off. It's fine. It's a lot easier for you, Lily, than it is for you, Theo, being on the swim team. You very quickly surpass Leo's stroke. And end up swimming out like even a little bit further than you have to prove the point, flipping back round and coming back.
Yeah.
So yeah, Lily is very quick in the water. Your strokes are very powerful, but Lily has got the speed.
Yeah, it's hard to swim with a lacrosse stick in your hand.
So you still got the stick.
Down.
I like to think you still got it like strapped to your back.
Exactly. Yeah.
Amazing.
And Fiona stands on like the end of the pier, and you can see that she's watching. And then when you come back, she's got like a towel for you to like wrap yourself in. And Philip doesn't give you a towel; he just throws your clothes back at you, Theo.
Thanks.
Okay. You know what? That was really impressive. You're definitely going to make head cheerleader like next year, Lily. Absolutely.
Oh my god, I hope so.
Translates directly. Absolutely.
So graceful, like so graceful. Better than Marcy was.
Oh my gosh. Well, she has her troubles,
Okay, well, I guess since you're helping us out, then like you can be like unofficial like junior camp counselors, and that means you can take the canoes out, but it's only to bring the boat back.
Yeah.
Like
we'll go out and we'll look for it, and for sure.
It's like well, it used to be white, but it doesn't look white anymore. It's kind of like a weird gray and peeling color, but it's just like a little like 2-person, 3-person rowboat.
Sure.
Okay.
So like you can probably bring that back, and then like put the canoe like on it, or like one of you can row the boat, and then like one of you can canoe back. Like
for sure, we'll figure it out. It'll be fine.
Or maybe we'll run into 2 other people that can give us a hand. Like lots of things could happen, but we're on it. We got it. No problem.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, well, that's fine. You can go help yourself to a canoe out of there. I'd say only like take the one, and like just both of you be in it, because otherwise you've got to try and bring 2 back, and that seems like a lot of work.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah, we just
we're gonna get on doing our thing, and then like just shout us when you're back, and we'll totally let everybody know that you helped us out.
Great.
Like
or not even mention that we were here. Like both of those things could happen. Either one, Yeah.
Sure. Okay. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Whichever.
Okay, great.
Great. Okay, we'll just grab that canoe then.
Yeah.
So I guess we go in, and the 2 of us, one on each end, kind of awkwardly taking it out to the lake, whilst trying to look and see if Evie and Ozan are about, and try and like them over.
Wave them over. Yeah.
Yeah. All four of us going to get in this one canoe. It's going to be great.
It's a 2-person canoe with 4 people in. What can go
Yeah.
wrong?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Evie, Ozan, you see Lily and Theo dive into the lake, swim out. One of the girl that was kind of the camp counselor looking person appears to be watching them, and then they come back out with the canoe as the 2 faux camp counselors like kind of go back to doing whatever they're doing. And you can see that the both of them now have this what is meant to be a 2-person canoe as they're like prepping it to get on the water.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna die.
It'll be fine. I mean, the physics of 4 people in a 2-person canoe are not great. I mean, there's the issue of the buoyancy and all of our weight on the canoe. But I'm sure we'll make it.
Can you swim?
No.
Oh.
It sure would be great if 2 people would show up and help us with this task to get a boat. Boy,
Well, look,
that'd be fine.
Look, Ozan, I
It'd
did
be
half
rad.
a lifeguard
That's 80 slime.
class. You're fine. No,
Do you want it? You can spend a karma point to flash back for that if you want, Susie.
Sure, we'll flash back to Evie being forced to go to a lifeguard class by her parents to try and keep her occupied one summer. She sort of half paid attention, but it was a occasion to sit around a pool and look at fellow teenagers in a very teenagery way.
I will have
Sounds so
allow
down
you
with the kids.
to roll like an extra dice if you have to make any kind of
Thank
swimming
you.
test for this.
Look, it's been a long time since I was a teenager. Okay.
In a very teenagerly way.
Hello, fellow young people.
I'm actually old enough for the 80s to be relevant to me. So
I'm sorry, Aram, I am butchering the 80s.
I was also alive in the 80s. But yeah, so when Ozan and Evie coming over, then
Yeah.
yeah.
Guys, we spoke to them, and that guy, Mr. Dunwood, they say he lives out there on that island.
Yeah.
So maybe Mr. Goodall went there to go find him.
So we're gonna row out and find him and ask him, or maybe
Show 'em
just
the
like
card, Ozan.
yeah.
We found this.
That's
we
an
think it might
ID
be-
badge. Teachers have those. That could be Mr. Goodall's.
Yeah. That's what we're afraid of.
But
Yeah.
they said the counselors, they said that somebody had taken a boat and gone over. So maybe Mr. Goodall took the boat over there to see him,
Maybe.
and maybe he just dropped it.
Did they say anything about a phone at all? We found a brick phone that had been completely waterlogged, so it must have been underwater for quite some time.
Oh,
a
one of those
payphone?
giant phones. No, it's a new thing. Like a phone can just be around. Like it's got a battery and it talks to a satellite. It's amazing. They
Wow,
just
that sounds
invented
like-
them recently.
It sounds like something in the military.
It does, yeah. Yeah, they would have it first. Is it like olive and military looking?
No, it's a consumer based one, but it's one of those kind of like 1st gen models of it that are like
Cream and black, baby.
cream
So
and black,
Wall-
proper
Yeah.
chunky, lasts about 3 minutes if you're lucky.
Okay, so it's either like a Wall Street guy or a doctor.
Wow.
Well, we found the Polaroid with the lab coats, right?
Yeah, it's a doctor.
I hate to say it, but your theory about experimentation, Evie, might be true. Because think about it, Lily. I'm sure that if Mr. Goodall had just dropped this ID card, why would it be so scratched up?
Yeah.
Maybe he keeps his keys in his pocket.
Yeah, but it just scratched up the face of the name. That would be awful convenient. Those keys would have to be placed just so. I think someone did it on purpose. As we're all walking under the canoe.
Yeah. Canoe.
Getting it on the water, yeah.
Yeah, well, let's just get over and see if this Mr. or Dr. Dunwood knows
Yeah.
what's going on then. And maybe Mr. Goodall's there and it's fine.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Or maybe it's a huge conspiracy and y'all can just keep calling me Cassandra because I was right about Mrs. Fritz's potato salad and I'm right about this.
It's completely
You
possible.
actually read that book?
What? Yeah, of course I did.
Which book is it?
Well, about Cassandra, you know, the Greek myth.
Does she go to our school or?
Yeah. Is she nice? I think I heard of Cassandra. She's like an exchange student from Greece, right? I met her. Yeah.
And Steve's from France. There's so many European people here.
Exactly. They're all from the Europe.
Evie just looks at Ozan.
I think Ozan just kind of like looks like into the camera theoretically if there was a camera and is just like what?
Breaks the fourth wall.
Theo just
But,
looks
like-
at Lily. I guess they don't know about Europe.
I've never been.
You know what? That's fair. That's
Do you know what? We're stupid, but we're both happy. So
Ignorance is
Cheerful as
bliss.
hell.
yeah, take that
I wanna
every
know,
day.
On this definitely
Oh,
not a
God.
4-man canoe, who is rowing? Which two people are rowing and
I'll
which two
row.
people are just trying their best to keep balanced?
I'll do the. I think the sportsy people
Yeah.
will do the rowing. I assume.
Yeah.
And with
I'll row
my-
in back and you can row in the front and then the other two are
Yeah.
kind of in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
My physics
want-
knowledge, I'm gonna try and like try and keep this balanced in some way.
Yeah. Use all
Oh.
your physics. That'll
We could do
help.
the perfect
Excellent.
tandem because Evie, being a rebellious rocker chick of the 80s, is obviously very familiar with the electric guitar and she's very familiar with
Sure.
the power stance. So she's got her legs as if she's shredding, but she's
Yeah.
stood balanced. in
All
this
that air
canoe.
guitar is giving you perfect sea legs. It translates.
Yeah,
All this
it does.
translates. Yeah.
1-to-1.
Okay,
And-
whether we're gonna do this. Sorry, no, go on, Jessica.
I was gonna add like a rowing cheer to like keep us in like rhythm, like who's got the best experience? We do the best, too, or something. Like I don't know. It'll
Okay.
be bad.
That would be amazing. So I'm going to give you a karma point for that because that totally
Excellent.
plays into what your character's about.
Thank you.
And then I will say that you can you will grant if Theo wants to make the test. You can basically give Theo like an extra die to roll. As Theo makes like the test for all of the rowing. And then if you want to use karma to give Theo karma for extra dice, you can. And then Ozan, you are going to make the roll for like trying to keep everything balanced and like not tip the boat and get everyone in just the right spots. And Evie, guitar heroing, power stancing will give you an extra dice on that.
Cool.
Nice.
So because I have my smarts is in physics, does that add another die
Yes.
already? Okay,
Absolutely.
cool.
Yeah. So be adding 2 extra to that.
So
So-
how much?
Amazing.
How much am I rolling total with 5 plus what? What's the
So
bonus?
5 plus the dice from Lily helping you out. So you're rolling
Gotcha.
6 total.
Nice. Okay.
15.
Amazing that Theo is rowing perfectly in tempo to
Nope.
For Whom the Bell Tolls by Metallica.
Ooh,
Another
nice.
6. Oh wow, 17.
I got a
Ew.
15.
We got paddles.
28,
Yes, we do. We got paddles.
30,
How about
13
you?
and 15. Between the 4 of you, Lily, you get this chant going that like keeps everybody in time with that really cheerleading rhythmic feel to it. Theo, you're really used to hearing this, right? Because you're used to
Yeah.
hearing this at pep rallies and at your
Yeah.
lacrosse games. You really get into it like you do on the field. And Ozan, just as you're setting off, you manage to like get everyone to adjust how they're sitting and manage to get
Paddle is
Evie.
a lot like a canoe. Like it's just like a lacrosse stick, except it's not. It doesn't have holes in it, but it's basically the same.
Yeah.
Aram, go ahead and have a karma point because the continuation of everything is like lacrosse is just really on point. Ozan, you managed to get Evie to stand in just the right place so that the extra added weight of the 2 of you, like you use Evie as a counterbalance for the extra weight on board, and you managed to make it across the lake without so much as anyone half dipping their foot in water.
Nice.
Hell
And
yeah.
you get over to the little island. This island is pretty small. You could probably walk around the shoreline of it in like 10-15 minutes. But as you make your way through some of the trees at the edge, you see a small house. It's exactly what you kind of expect on a small island. It's not huge. It's pretty simple, pretty plain. Probably only a 1-bedroom, 1-story. Not in the best repair, but not terrible. And you can see pitched up not too far, that's been dragged up onto land, are the 2 rowboats.
Those are the boats we're looking for.
Oh, we can take them back later.
Yeah, we did make a promise, so we got to keep that. But more importantly, I bet he's in the shack. Maybe this guy is crazy and took him.
So as you kind of creep a bit closer, you can see that there is a couple of no trespassing signs planted in the ground around here that literally say "Go away." Go away has been added in paint to the standard no trespassing. The house itself, the curtains and blinds are all drawn, and the same "Go away, no trespassing" sign has been nailed to the front door.
Theo's like, wait, and he throws his arms wide. There's gonna be booby traps, and he starts looking around for string.
Lily freezes and is like, "Oh my god!" She doesn't move just in case.
There's definitely gonna be traps, and he's just looking for traps that probably aren't there, but he's looking for.
Make me a smarts test.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. That's gonna be a 2. Nice. I got it exploding.
Nice. So that's 14 so far. 15.
15. Bad for him.
You have a poke around, and for a second you think you find one as your foot kind of stumbles, and then you realize it's just a hole where somebody's pulled up some tree roots.
It's just a bottle. Yeah, it's not.
And
no.
You look around. There's a couple of other things that you think look suspicious. There's a string, but it's not attached to anything. It looks like it's probably come off of a net at some point and it's just washed up.
It's just some string.
So no traps that you can see. Lots of things that you think for a second are, but they're just debris or dirt or
it's just a can.
An awkwardly placed stick.
It's a stick. Yeah. Look, I found a bunch of stuff, but none of them are traps.
Theo, you watch Theo wandering around, half injuring himself, looking for this.
Getting brambles in my hair.
Theo, it's okay. I think we're safe to keep going.
Okay.
Keep that string though.
It's good string.
Should we just knock on the door and maybe Evie, if you show him the photo you've got, so he knows we're cool.
Knock on the door. I'll go around back and try and peek in the window.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is there a window we can look through first?
Yeah, for sure. There's one at the front where you imagine the front room would be. You can go around the back to where a back kitchen window would be. The back door has got the same sign nailed to it.
Sure. All right, I'll sneak around back. You guys go to the front, and that way, yeah.
Yeah. Lily, do you wanna come up front with me? Because I've seen
I can
horror
be
movies,
cool.
and if someone's gonna go first, it's the cheerleader. Sorry, bad joke.
Ozan, come with me.
Where are we going?
No, it's okay.
So you knock at the door, and you don't hear anything for a minute. Ozan and Theo, you can hear once Evie's knocked, which you can just about hear.
Yeah. The window's high up, so I have to put Ozan on my shoulders so Ozan can just peek in. Yeah.
The blinds in here are down, but there's that little split crack through. You can't really see anything. It's dark in here now between the tree cover and the blinds. But you do hear a door opening and somebody rushing up, knocking something over in the process, and you can just make out a figure heading towards the front door fairly erratically. And the door, Evie and Lily, just pulls open. And you can see an older gentleman that looks like the Eric Dunwood from the picture, but way more frazzled, a bit less hair on top. It's spiking out at the sides, it hasn't been brushed in a week.
Right.
He's wearing a slightly stained, burned around the cuff with, threads pulling out of it lab coats. It looks like a patch has been ripped off the breast pocket. Perhaps where that Research Labs logo would have been, that's no longer there now. And he holds in his hand a big can of something that's got a handwritten label that just says "Extreme Weed Killer" as he holds it up as he opens the door. What do you want? Go away. Can't you read?
Whoa.
Yeah. Hello, are you Mr. Dr. Dunwood?
Mr.
Why do you
Doctor.
care?
I think maybe you're friends with our teacher, Mr. Goodall. Evie, show him the picture.
Evie
Sure,
pulls out
sure.
2 Polaroids and basically shoves them into his face.
And he leans into them, even though you've like put them right up. And Ozan and Theo, you can see now the front door opens. It spreads light into the rooms. You can just see through the little crack the figure of this man holding something that looks like a big old spray bottle. And the room itself, like the kitchen, you can just see into the sink. That's the closest thing that illuminates, like plates that are piled up. The whole room looks like it's just filled with stuff. And as he leans in and looks at the pictures, where did you get those?
At the
Evie's
mall.
good at feeling, no, not Evie, Lily's feeling a little bit stressed now, so she's starting to well up because she doesn't like being in trouble from grown-ups because she's not normally in trouble. So she's like, we didn't know where Mr. Goodall was, and we thought he was in trouble, and because he was your friend, and we saw it at the juice store, so we just wanted to come and try and maybe check he's okay if he's your friend.
This
I'm
always
sorry,
works.
we need to... And she's just going to be like...
His
getting
entire
upset.
face is just confusion the more and more weepy she gets. I would like you to make me a style roll.
This is not stylish for you.
And I'm gonna make a smarts roll against it, as like see if your teariness does anything to
Move
soften.
this. Oh, I got
Move
ice. I rolled 2 dice and 1 exploded, so that's good. Let's roll that again. So that is 7 plus 2 plus 5 is maths for 14.
14. Okay.
Math.
That explodes. So he looks at you, kind of peers. Well, the pod people can't cry.
Pod people.
Pod people.
Shh, thinking. And he's just staring at you, Lily. Just puts his finger towards your face at a tear. Tastes like saline.
Is that okay?
I don't think plants can produce saline. They only have fresh water. Okay, well,
At this
you're
point,
real.
Evie is
Get
kind of
inside.
like stepping in front of Lily a little bit because this guy's weird.
Get inside quickly before they know. Get in.
Can our friends come too?
Where are your friends?
Theo.
And you hear, I think, like a stumbling as maybe this is the exact moment that like Ozan like slips off of the window and like both Theo and Ozan kind of like crash down onto the ground.
You watch as Mr. Dr. Dunkwood kind of leaves the door open for you, rushes to the back, opens the back door, looks at the both of you. Are you both real?
Yes.
He shoves the can of weed killer towards you and kind of just shakes it in your face, watching your reaction.
That's a weird question. Like, how would I know if I'm real? Like, I believe I'm real, but it's really just my perspective. So who really can say if they're real or not?
Theo is real.
I'm real.
Is he always like this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Get in.
Okay. I
He
help
kind of
Ozan
ushers,
out.
like almost like pulls you in, shuts the door, rushes back to Lily and Evie, and like ushers
Yeah,
you
we're
in
in.
and shuts it.
Yeah.
I'm just...
You can see all
Lily,
over the
it's
living
okay.
room, all over
just don't wanna be
the
in trouble.
kitchen, kind of semi-kitchen dining room, scattered papers, books, bits of broken and boxed up lab equipment, and in the center of the front room, a blackboard on wheels that is covered with photographs, old maps, newspaper clippings, all connected up with bits of tape that are red string that are like taped between things.
Yes.
Stuff is covered in scrawling marks. And he kind of like, he walks up to the board and is readjusting it and trying to gather you all together, still flailing around this bottle of extreme weed killer, as he's labeled it, you think in his handwriting, judging from the board. Well, you showed the picture, so you know about the pod people.
Nope.
No?
No.
Well,
who are the pod
well-
people?
Yeah, we thought something was off
Yeah.
because we got this kid came to school who was all like,
Is he called Steve?
yeah,
Yeah.
27.
Yeah. From
So
France.
you've met one of them. Okay, you've met one of them.
We met
Okay,
one.
so
He said he was Steve 27.
they're all Steve. All of
Right,
them are Steve.
so he's
all
the
of those
20
ones over at Pineview Estates. Every single one. Steve baking
See,
soda.
I was
That's where
right. It
he's-
is. He's
Rusty
one of
King.
27 Steves. Yeah, we had this solved. All right, cool. Excellent.
Does this have anything to do with, and Ozan pulls out the Tupperware container that they had taken from the
Oh, yeah.
store?
He looks horrified at it, snatches it from you, like puts it down on the sofa, throws the lid open, and sprays it heavily with this weed killer. Like kicks
Oh.
up in the room. You watch as this stuff kind of like it almost
Yo,
fizzles
dude.
and bubbles and starts to turn grey.
You're only supposed to spray that in a well-ventilated area.
You bring that stuff here.
Is it bad?
Just how much of this story do you know, and how much have you not figured out yet? I mean, I know it's hard. You're not a genius. I'm a genius. You're not. But
Yeah.
okay,
I'm
so
used
you've
to
met
this.
the Steves. The Steves
I
have
don't know. I'm
taken
like
over everybody
going
at
up
the
to
lab.
him, so-
Everybody. It's why I had to get out of there.
Right. Because there's too
And-
many Steves.
Well, I used to work there, and I had
Right.
ideas, and they said I was crazy. But who's crazy now? Huh? And he walks over to the whiteboard and
Not
like
you.
flips it dramatically
Yeah.
onto the other side. Like takes his filthy lab coat sleeve and like wipes off whatever's on there, and he gets out a piece of chalk and he starts writing, kind of drawing things incoherently. So the pod people come from this plan, and he's like drawing what you can only gather is maybe a really terrible map of Winden Falls.
Hmm.
Pod
It's no
people.
ordinary plant.
Are we talking
So-
like alien plants?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. From another
He
dimension.
does a lap.
Not quite
She
alien.
does a lap.
Interdimensional.
Yeah, you got this,
that-
Susie.
That kind
you
of
nailed.
thing.
Sorry, Evie. You nailed this.
And like creatures that would drive you insane if you looked at them. Like
Oh.
really, really crazy stuff. Your brains would run out of your ears, which would be impressive. You know, your ear canals do not normally carry such a fluid, and your brains probably wouldn't actually liquidize, but something like that. It's just an analogy, a theory, a scary. Okay, I've been digging into the town, and he like flips the board back to the other side, and I know where all this came from. I hope you're ready for a history lesson.
Oh,
Always. And
So-
I think Ozan sits down with a notebook ready to take notes.
I guess.
Before
I'm
Wilden
actually good at
Falls,
history.
there was a town called Wildenville, and he draws another horrible map on, like, flips the board again. It's loads of scribbly lines, but he makes out the lake where the town is now, where the laboratory is, and the little island that you're on. Wildenville was in the middle of what is now the lake.
Hmm.
And he's like looking at you, waiting.
Okay.
Right here.
So
Still
there's
need
a
more?
lake
Okay.
now.
They lived
they've-
underwater.
Oh,
Flooded
it
the
was
town?
Atlantis. No. Okay.
I don't
Goes
think
back
that's
to being
real.
quiet.
So, back in the middle of the lake, this used to be a mining town, right? You've got the mining museum, and it's not anymore. But you know the silver mines down here, and he points at another part of the kind of half recent map. Well, they got greedy. They dug too deep. Things collapse. Mines collapse. You know that happens. Well, it collapsing unleashed all these horrible things. They tried to cut it off, but it was too late. And then I've managed to gather some little reports from newspapers. Most of it was all burned and destroyed, of like people acting weird and like people being obsessed with the pit that opened up. And they built a whole stone circle and started sacrificing something, cattle probably. It got a little fuzzy around the cattle sacrifices. I started putting my own theories on after that. But some people weren't affected by whatever was going on. And I believe that the lake was formed by a big explosion somewhere further upriver. Somebody blew up some of the cliffs to purposely divert the river and flood the village, cover the massive pit with water, and destroy what was left of Wildenville to prevent whatever those horrible things were getting out. But those people at the labs, those pod people, well, they've disturbed it again. And the plant, whatever it is that it's in that, and he points back at the now bubbling grey goop that was once a green fruit shake, apparently. Well, they're doing something, and they're doing something with that to make it all happen again. this plant thing is rising again. And you know, Mr. Goodall, you had pictures of him. Well, he knew something was up. He spotted it. Some people acting weird, drinking the fruit shakes and then going jogging in the middle of the afternoon. It was weird. Well, I've been working on a device, and luckily he came to me, turned up with his phone and ID badge. I made him smash those and leave those on the beach. They can track you with those things, you know, the satellites and the new technology, the military.
We
found those and brought them here.
Should we not have done that?
I mean, they should be broken, so I think it's probably fine.
Okay.
Look, I think you can help me since you know what's going on. Follow me, follow me, follow me. And he leads you down into a basement. Like, he doesn't wait for anything else.
Sure.
He just keeps walking. It's
We should
twice
follow
the
the strange
size.
man into the basement.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's twice the size of the house above ground, and it looks half finished, but it's crammed floor to ceiling with lab equipment, strange inventions, devices, weird creations. Very much like upstairs, but even worse.
Wow.
He leads you. Sorry, go
Evie's
on.
just sort of like talking aloud as they go downstairs. She says, "So we've got it like a Mines of Moria situation going on, right? Like
Yeah.
whoever was here first, they dug too deep, they dug too greedily, they woke something up, and
Like
now
the
these pod people are
dwarves.
here. Yeah, like the dwarves and then
I
the pod
read that.
people. We just need to, you know, defeat the Balrog.
So we got to fight a Balrog?
Yeah, maybe.
Is that what's under? Well, does that mean that there's something under the lake? Like there's something down there?
I think it's the
Sounds like-
remnants of the town down there.
Yeah. Maybe that's why Mr. Goodall walked into the lake. Maybe he knew there was something down there.
All right.
As you have this conversation, the doctor doesn't say anything to you, but he leads you through down to the basement, these corridors made of stuff, and several times just shouts back, "Don't touch anything! Don't touch that!" Like pointing things out into a. Are you touching things, Evie?
Yeah.
Of course.
Make me a move test.
Oh heck.
Oh heck is correct.
1-6.
So it's 19. Okay. You kind of like gently poke at things until you find something that you poke and it moves. And it looks like this like stacked boxes of stuff where the boxes are like ripping at the seams, begins to fall, and you just manage to like put your hands on it and steady it and like walk away before anyone notices, and before it comes crashing down. And as you take a few more steps, you hear something fall from the top and hit the floor, but the doctor seems too far ahead now.
He
to
said,
care.
"Don't touch anything."
And Evie just looks crestfallen. She goes, "And Peregrine too."
Is he in the lower grade? I don't know who that is.
It's fine.
I don't know who that is.
Don't worry about it.
He leads you over to a brightly lit corner of the lab where a large dentist chair holds Mr. Goodall. He's got a strange device strapped to his head with a mass of wires leading to a dozen little, Commodore 64 computers with boxes and blinking lights, and you can hear this hum of electricity. And the doctor catches your expressions. Like, what are you thinking as you see Mr. Goodall kind of strapped up to this chair?
Is he okay?
Yeah, Mr. Goodall. Mr. Goodall.
He doesn't answer you.
What did you do to him?
You
No,
said
he's
that you were friends.
Yeah.
he's fine. He's fine. This device, I haven't thought of a name for it. Maybe one of you can come up with a name for it, not him. Points at Theo. I have sent his consciousness back in time to 1884. 100 years ago, to when the miners have just caused a collapse that opened the pit in Wildenville. I have proof. And he like splays his hands everywhere, finally puts the weed killer down and like messes around a load of papers. This letter delivered that Mr. Goodall wrote in 1884 as the person whose body he's currently inhabiting, to be delivered it's save your jokes about the postal service. Look, and he like opens it out, and it's got like grubby finger marks down the side where he's been reading
Yeah.
it, and it says to deliver on the 24th of April, 1984, which is today. The
Yeah.
letter says his consciousness is in the body of the town preacher, the Reverend Angus Tweed. He says he thinks he can stop them, but he needs help to do it. He didn't dare go alone. He didn't dare go alone because he can't manage it. And the doctor kind of like shoves the paper at one of you, whoever reaches out to it, and goes, I can't go myself because who would monitor the equipment if no one monitors the equipment? There's something could go wrong and we wouldn't want that. But you can go. It's perfectly safe. It's perfectly safe. And like, he kind of like, whoever's holding the letter, who took it from him as he kind of shoved it towards you.
I grabbed it, but like, I got my doubts. I gotta say, Doctor, this like pod people, I'm on board for, but you want us to like dream, like
No,
in
not
the
dream.
past.
I'm going to send your minds back into the past.
That
That
shouldn't be
doesn't
possible.
Feel any more likely? Yeah, like I don't really pay attention in science, but I don't think you can do that.
Well, I do pay attention in science, and I can confirm that that shouldn't be possible. I don't think the technology that would be required to even get remotely close to projecting our
Have
consciousness
6
is.
PhDs.
I vote we send Ozon.
Ozan did say he was meant to be at the dentist right now, and that is a dentist chair.
Mm-hmm.
I
Well, I
They
don't
were
have
meant
any
to be
more
at the
dentist chairs. You'll have to get the dining chairs from upstairs.
Oh,
I'm on it.
I can send you through. The only thing is that I can't send physical things back through time. It's why the letter had to be sent. So I can't send you in your bodies. I send your consciousness, and they'll find somebody in the area, and you won't harm them. It'll just be like they were asleep for a while, and they won't remember any of it.
Yeah.
Okay, that kind of sounds awesome.
It's
I
like
can't
Inception
guarantee
if it
who
had
you'll end up
come
in,
out.
though. And you won't know who you've ended up in exactly, and you'll have to find each other and then go and find Dr. Goodall and see what he has to say about things.
We need to have a hand signal, right?
Yeah.
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 Okay,
Yeah.
like bunny ears.
Well, I'm gonna
They
go
look
and get
like
the dining
bunny,
chairs.
and the
It's
bunny's
like
hiding.
disappears
The bunny's
off.
hiding in a hole. The bunny's hiding in a hole. That's gonna be our
Yeah,
the
we got
bunny
it.
is yeah.
Okay.
okay.
And
Totally normal for 1884.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We're
They
not
got
going to get
bunnies?
burned at the
Wow.
stake for this.
Wait, are there bunnies in the 1800s?
Yeah, there's bunnies
Yes.
in
Okay,
the
there's bunnies.
1800s.
Yeah. Okay.
It was, it was towards the end of the golden age of like, the frontier, the Wild West. Like things were starting to,
So they had a lot of buffalo too. Yeah. So we
The
should
doctor
expect buffalo
comes.
and bunnies.
as this happens, he comes back with a dining chair and goes, "Well, go on, someone help get the rest." And he starts
No.
setting them up next to
I'll
Mr.
go get
Goodall.
Oh, okay.
Cheers.
I'll go to. Yeah.
And it takes maybe half an hour, but you will get sat in these chairs. They're not very comfortable. There's a couple like sofa cushions that get pulled off that's kind of half flat that you get given for anyone who complains loudly. And you have this device strapped to your head, similar to the one that Mr. Goodall is wearing. Wires coming out everywhere as he punches stuff in. The loud sound of the buckling spring keyboard going.
Theo
he goes,
takes
"Right."
one long look at his lacrosse stick and nods. He kind of nods sadly. And he puts it down right next to him. He's like, "I'll be back, girl. Don't worry. I'm not going far. I'm ready."
You watch as the doctor kind of just eyes Theo strangely. Okay, so remember, you can't bring anything back with you. You're going to be in different people's bodies. You need to find Dr. Goodall and find a way to put a stop to things. Now, there might be some weird time stuff. It's possible that if you don't enact stuff, things could get worse here. It's also possible that maybe this is one of those weird closed loops where because you go back in time, you cause the explosion, which
Yeah.
is what causes all of this and timey-wimey stuff. But just do what you can, okay?
Right.
And
Don't
then
date your mom. I found that out. Don't date
Why?
your mom.
Why would you do that in the first place?
That's
Theo?
what the
That's
movie
just-
was about. The whole movie
How
was
old
about
is
that.
your mom?
try
Well,
not to do...
She won't be old. Oh no, she won't be alive. It'd be like your great grandma. Don't mess with your family.
Okay, and he presses a button on the keyboard, and midway through Theo talking, all of you feel this like strange like energy surge, like you like when you touch something that's vaguely electric, not quite a shock, but that kind
Yeah.
of tingly feeling. like that all through your body, and then your vision goes white. And then it's darkness. Lily.
Yeah.
When you feel yourself coming to,
Mm-hmm.
you blink your eyes open, and you are standing kind of propped up against something, as if maybe just before the moment where you opened your eyes, whoever's body you come into maybe felt some kind of effect of this weird transference of your consciousness. You are unsteady on your feet. You're taller than perhaps you are normally. You are wearing well-fitting kind of not quite overalls, but like working clothes with some overalls over the top. But otherwise, the room that you are in has got all of these pipes and bottles everywhere, and it smells really strongly of like alcohol, not acetone, not like nail varnish remover, but like alcohol. I don't know if Lily would have ever have gone to like a high school party.
Yes.
It's like that when some of the older kids have been drinking in the back room, that really strong alcohol smell. But otherwise, you don't know anything about where you are, what you look like, whose body you've inhabited.
Okay. Is there like a mirror or something shiny anywhere?
There is. You can walk up. There's like a large, like copper vat.
Yeah.
That's polished and reflective enough to at least let you get a vague sense.
Yeah, I want to go up and have a look at myself.
You are a tall-ish, very thin, slim, wiry woman with bright blonde hair. It's currently tied up. You are wearing workers' overalls, and you can see that, like, patterned into the front, like hand-stitched, across your overalls as you kind of look down, it just says Stubbs Moonshine.
That's like drink.
And as you look around, you wonder if maybe you've probably heard of moonshine. Whether or not Lily knows what it is totally up to you. But this definitely looks like a place that you've seen, like when some of the kids have said that they're making their own alcohol. This looks like what they've described to you. Some kind of distillery.
All right. So I must stop. Okay, I'm gonna go to the door to see if I can walk out to try and find the others, and I'm ready, kind of gonna walk out the door like this, so they know it's me.
Yeah, you walk out of the doors, and onto kind of like a main street. It looks like there is a shop built in next to this building. This is almost like a barn, like building that maybe the distillery's in, with some kind of sale shop next to it. And you walk out, and somebody just crossing the street goes, "Oh, all right, Martha."
Hi.
And just like carries on down. So you suspect your name is Martha Stubbs. You have something to do with this Moonstein distillery.
And I have smartly deducted that is not one of my 3 friends.
It is not.
1, because they didn't react to this, and 2, they called me Martha.
But now you are... There's a street, and it looks like something out of like a Western movie that maybe your dad watches. Long, narrow street with all of these shop fronts on it. Nothing at all like the town that you come from. Horses and horse-drawn carriages making their way down. People in old-timey Western dress. It looks like the set of a movie.
I'm just going to stand here like this for a minute, looking around at people, seeing if anyone reacts.
No one really does. Apart from that one person who kind of salutes you, everyone else just kind of walks. Doesn't really pay you any attention, doesn't really look round.
Okay. I'm just gonna kind of walk down the street and look around and see if I can find any of my friends. So I'm just gonna subtly occasionally do the signal.
Make me a smarts test.
Oh dear, why that of all? I do have a history focus because she enjoys history. Do I get anything for that?
How would you be using history to help you out here?
Jess in real life is failing her smarts test and now to argue. Maybe if I knew about the town and I knew some of the different locations, like if I knew the town history, like if we went to the local museum on a school trip or something. So I'm looking for some of the different buildings I think people might that would be good places to look for.
Yeah, I think maybe you don't know about this town necessarily, because it was the impression you got is that no one really knew that the town existed. A lot of the paperwork was destroyed. But you've definitely, like, between watching some Western movies that maybe your dad watches and also paying attention in history class, you know that places like town squares, church buildings, and things like that could be potentially relevant. So if you roll, I'll let you kind of maybe pick out where those places are in the town, just from being able to like visually recognize, like, I learned this in history class, I've seen this before in like Western films. 10 with a
calamity. I am going to let the calamity happen for the story.
Okay, so everyone else, what
not?
happens as Lily is trying to make her way down the street to one of these places? She knows that a town hall might be good, or like a church or a town square, a saloon maybe, all kind of gathering points at this point in time. What calamity befalls Lily?
What if, as Lily is passing the saloon, a brawl like spills out of the, you know, the little boom doors, and you know, she gets caught into it and like tumbled around and like thrown into the mud and like disoriented.
Yeah, as you step past the saloon, there is some ruckus inside, and suddenly exploding from the saloon doors are two men just brawling it out, and you can't get out of the way quick enough, Lily, as they kind of barrel into you and send you flying into the mud. And I'm going to have you take just 1 point of damage to this, as you like knock up against the wood and you're knocked to the floor into the mud. You know, the roads are harsh and gritty here. And it kind of hurts as like other people come stampeding out, and although they don't like trample you, none of them are helping you get up. Although weirdly, they're coming out. Only one of these men you notice is really fighting. The other one is just kind of like latched on, grabbing, and everyone else who follows out, although it's quickly, they don't do anything to stop this fight. And this is where we're going to leave you just for a moment as Evie. On the floor as you're like picking yourself up out of the mud. Thankfully, your clothes are okay because of some of the work overalls that you're still wearing. But Evie, you wake up and you are aware that you are laying on something soft-ish.
Okay.
And there is the smell of manure and something grassy in the air. And as you kind of open your eyes, there's a little bit of pain in the back of your head that tells you that maybe this body you've inhabited fell over whenever this transition took place. And you suddenly hear something. You look over, and there's just a horse's head sticking its head over a gate at you, looking down at you.
Evie sort of like, you know, she takes a minute to realize what the heck is happening before she sort of like puts her hand up and rubs the horse's nose.
And the horse is really affectionate towards you. It clearly knows who you are, at least who this body is. And as you kind of pick yourself up, as you splay your hands out to like get balance, you find like a cowboy hat that's tumbled off, presumably your head. And you kind of like pick yourself up, and your boots feel heavy. You're used to heavy combat boots, but you look down and there are spurs on the back of cowboy boots. You look like you're dressed for riding. There is a mirror in here. There's a couple of horses stabled, some saddles hanging up. This looks like some kind of stables, perhaps where people stable their horses, where people would buy things for their horses. Your hair's kind of pulled back into a tight ponytail. The cowboy hat does in fact fit your head. What would you like to do as you wake up and kind of come to this realization?
So Evie picks up the cowboy hat. She walks over to the mirror and she puts it on. She's like, yeehaw. She checks out herself.
Yeah, you are kind of thin but muscular, mousy brown haired woman that's tied back in a tight ponytail, dressed for horse riding. Like, you look like a cowgirl. What else is in the room? There's some papers on a desk. There's obviously the exit to the room and 3 or 4 horses that are stabled up, their names kind of written out on some wood.
Yeah, she'll quickly look through the paperwork to see if there's any sort of name on it to try and give her an idea of who she is before she steps out.
Make me a smarts test.
Okay. Ooh. Okay, I'm going to spend a karma to add +1 to this.
Okay.
Because she's smart, but she's not that smart. Oh, it broke. Okay.
It broke. Just go ahead and roll 2d6 and add that to your 1 on the calamity die.
A 7, but with a 6.
With a 6. That's 8, 9, 10, 11. Do you want to spend
11.
a karma to get rid of the calamity?
Yes, please.
Okay. So you kind of mess around the papers, narrowly avoiding spilling some water right across them, which would blur all of the ink. And you manage to find some payment details for the horses that are here. And it lists the name as the recipient, who you imagine must be you as the person waking up in the stables, as Tess Stapleton.
Tess Stapleton. Okay. All right. Are any of these horses saddled currently?
One of them is the one that was leaning over at you. You can see the gate's locked, but it looks like it's in the process of having been saddled.
Okay. What's the horsey's name?
What would you like the horse's name to be? You tell me what's written across the front of the...
Okay. Hermes. I'll go with my Red Dead character's horse.
Yeah.
Hermes. Beautiful, like, dappled white and brown horse. The mane looks like it maybe needs a bit of brushing, but
okay,
you can take the horse out if you like.
Yeah, I'll lead Hermes out, and as we get out the stable, I will sort of saddle up and then just sort of like casually trot towards town, because stables typically aren't like in town. It'd be a little way out.
Make me a moves test.
Oh,
because has Evie ever ridden a horse?
Well,
because it's not the same as a motorcycle.
It's not. Well, they do call motorbikes iron horses. Bon Jovi
It
said
translates
so.
directly.
Steel
Riding a
horse.
motorcycle and a horse. It's basically the same thing. Yeah.
Hang on. Okay, that's a 19.
19.
Yeah.
It's awkward. It's not quite like your motorcycle. You kind of get like the push and pull kind of works for turning. That makes sense.
This does nothing though. It just
nothing
like at all.
Pulling back doesn't
Scratches
do anything.
the ear.
You can't like push the reins forward to make it go faster. You remember the spurs and you kind of gently kick those in, and you have to like get used to it as the horse suddenly speeds up, living up to the name before you have to like slow it down. And you make your way out onto the street where you can see people just walking. Somewhere you hear shouts in the distance. But otherwise, where did you want to head? What's your goal now?
The goal was to go to where most people would be. So I think Evie, having watched a ton of Westerns growing up, because it's violence and cowboys, she's going to head to the saloon. That's where people go.
So that's where you start making your way towards. Ozan, you wake up much more peacefully than perhaps some of your friends are having the experience of right now, in a very comfortable armchair. There isn't a fire burning right now. It looks like it's daytime, but you have a book open across your lap, and you're at an armchair. There's a desk just over the way, a whole bookcase full of beautiful leather-bound books across here. You find that you are wearing a decent shirt. It's kind of high-necked, and a kind of longish skirt. It looks very formal wear. But that's all that you know upon waking up.
I think Ozan wakes up and looks around the room at first, just like taking it all in, noticing the bookshelf. I think they maybe go over and like look at what kinds of books are on the bookshelf first, just to see like what are the different titles that are here.
All of the books here are either some form of literature or books about literature. Pardon me, sorry. Mathematics, and quite a few relating to the Bible.
Interesting. And they kind of like run their hands along the spines of some of the books. They pull out one about mathematics, and they kind of like aimlessly like flip through it as they walk around the room. Is there a mirror in this room?
There isn't in this room, but there is a set of stairs. It looks like you're in a house.
Oh. Yeah, then I think Ozan is going to travel across and like explore the rest of the house, keeping an eye out for any like family photos or anything else. Actually, did photos exist in the 1800s? Okay, cool.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, looking
Yeah, I think
around
so.
for any like portraits, family photos, anything that might identify who I am.
So the book itself looks like it's designed as some kind of mathematics textbook, to be used by a teacher for a student. Go ahead and just make me a smarts test as you kind of have a look around for something that gives a clue to your identity.
I'm gonna roll the 2d6s since it broke. 8.
8. Okay. You have a look around. You don't really see. There are some photos, but none of them look like, just from what you can tell about the way that you're dressed, look like you. There's a couple of some younger men dressed up fairly nicely that are in a nice circular frame, but none of the person that you think you are. But you do find a bedroom. And in that bedroom, there is like a long, full-length mirror, and you can finally take a look at yourself. You are very well dressed. You'd probably know your history for this period. You're definitely wealthier. High-necked formal top and long formal skirt. There's a crucifix on a necklace around your neck. Long, mousy brown hair that is left down. And you can see, even in this bedroom, there are books everywhere. And you can gather maybe by the textbook that either you are a student of something or perhaps you are a teacher of something.
Based off of how old I look, which is more likely?
Teacher is more likely. You are definitely older.
I see.
You maybe don't figure none, but like Bible studies would certainly have been a thing in this period for this part of America, on the frontier.
Yeah, and I think Ozan kind of like walks around to the rest of the books in this room and like maybe pulls out one about like Bible studies, just in case somebody asks any questions, because I don't think that they had been particularly well versed in that area specifically, and so they start trying to like flip through it a little bit, kind of like honestly getting a little bit distracted and like studying a little bit, getting into their role.
You find out what you actually pull out is like a notebook written by the person whose body you are currently inhabiting. Her name is Alma Summers. And this just looks to appear to be notes from Sunday school sessions. That appears to be like what she teaches outside of maths and English. And most of them are just notes on, you know, which bits and verses to read the kids and how the kids reacted to it. More like a personal diary than a teaching tool of things that she's noticed, thoughts that she finds interesting, and how the kids have approached it. Clearly a very competent teacher who cares about her students.
I think Ozan is going to pocket that book specifically, just in case there's any information that comes in handy later with that. And they are going to, I think, head outside of the door, looking for a key of some kind. I'm sure that one is like by the hook.
There's one by the door, yeah.
Yeah, and like walking out, locking the door behind them, and heading into town to try and find everybody else.
Whereabouts into town are you heading?
I think Ozan's thought would be to go to some sort of town square, or like, you know, like there's got to be like a bulletin board or something where a lot of people go for information and to gather and stuff. So I think maybe like heading in that general direction.
Okay, go ahead, make me a smarts test.
All right. I know I'm gonna have to do the 2 6s. I got a 10.
10. Okay, so you start making your way. You follow where like some of these people are walking, and they're just walking. Very few people kind of pay you any attention. One or two of the kids kind of give you a little hello as they run past. But none of the adults appear to like really notice you as you start making your way towards like where you think the town square would be, or the saloon, that kind of area. And last but not least, Theo, you wake up and everything hurts. Like your body aches. It's not pain, but it's like the ache that you get after an injury.
Oh, time travel sucks.
And you kind of sit up. You're in bed. And you can see that next to you on the bed is an open journal. But you look down at your hands and your arms. You're a little bit grimy. And you can see that you've got bandages wrapped on your arms. You can actually kind of feel one along the side of your head too. You're bruised everywhere and scratched up.
All right, so he would look at the journal. What does it say?
The journal is scrawled very messily, but it says something about, I haven't told the doctor because he'd think I'm mad. Right. But I saw something in that collapse. There was something down there, something they didn't tell us about.
Ah, okay. So I try and get out of bed.
It aches, but you can get out of bed.
All right. And I would shuffle like to a bathroom.
You can shuffle to what would pass as a bathroom.
All right, splash
which
some
is
water.
Basically a room with a shaving mirror in and a bowl and a jug with some water in that may or may not be clean.
I splash some water on my face and look in the mirror.
You look in the mirror and it kind of stings as you splash it on your face and the bandage comes loose. You're looking back at a slightly older man, maybe his late 20s. Older for you, definitely, being a high school kid.
Yeah.
Dark hair, dark eyes, stubbly, like he hasn't shaved in a while. He's got little cuts and nicks all over his face, bruising across his chest. But he looks fairly muscular. Looks like he's just covered in dust. Despite you like splashing your face, your skin has just got that kind of dusty feel to it. And you perhaps gather from the journal and just from his look, some of the gear that maybe you see around the house, that maybe he's a miner.
Ah, I see. So something happened to me as a miner. What could that be? He shrugs. And he heads out the front door and makes his way downtown.
You're not going to try and find out who you are. You're just satisfied with that.
No,
amazing. Where are you heading to?
Like a Central Park or square or something, like something in the middle of town where people would meet.
Okay, roll me a smarts test.
Absolutely.
Don't forget, you also have karma if you want to add an extra dice to the roll.
No, I'm good. He knows where he's going. He's got great sense of direction.
You got this, smart guy.
Yeah. Let me roll that exploding 6.
15, 16. Okay, so you make your way there. So all of you are now kind of converging separately towards the center of town. Evie, you see the strange brawl going on as you approach the saloon. It looks like one man really aggressively fighting, and the rest of the people around just kind of watching like they're in a trance. And one of these other people just kind of only half fighting back, like they're doing just the bare minimum to stay on their feet. A woman looks like she has been pushed. She's wearing overalls into the mud, and she's currently trying to pick herself up.
Okay. So Evie being Evie, and with her strong sense of internal justice, doesn't like that this fight is so one-sided. So she spurs on Hermes a little bit more to a little bit of a trot and then does a probably extremely dangerous but extremely cool moving dismount and involves herself in this fray to come and defend this person.
How are you involving yourself in this?
She's just going to be like, hey, and then she's trying to like pull them apart. You know, she's trying to just like get some elbows in.
Go ahead and make me. I'm going to make this a moves test because you've got like the jumping dismount, but also I think you're more about like trying to quickly get in there between this kind of very one-sided fight happening as opposed to physically pulling them apart and more kind of just trying to get in the way.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay, moves.
And Lily, you see this. This woman comes riding in on a horse. See how well.
As she goes past, I'll be like, wow, that's rad. Or say something very 80s.
So that is 13, 14,
rad 80s.
17. Are you spending, do you have karma left to get rid of the calamity?
I do, but I kind of want this calamity to happen.
Okay, folks. So as Evie comes riding in and goes for the dismount, what happens? What calamity befalls Evie as she goes to this really, really cool, like, moving dismount?
Oh, the horse just stops up short and she just goes tumbling over the front.
Or maybe with one foot still stuck in a stirrup because she's not quite used to it. So, like, on the floor, but one leg's, like, still...
Oh, poor Evie.
Evie, you go into this
cool.
dismount. You've seen this in the Western movies that you've watched. Okay, in your head, you've got the physics down for it. And you go in for the dismount, you get ready, you kind of bring yourself up off the saddle, and you go to swing your leg. Like over the top. Your foot gets caught in the stirrup as you go halfway. And then you can't get like your leg over the kind of, I don't know what it's called because I don't know anything about horses. But like that knot at the front of the saddle. You can't get your leg over it because you now don't have the leverage and that gets caught. And you do a moving dismount. It's just not to your feet. You kind of just land skidding. You manage to get your hands out and like your tough kind of denim work shirt takes the brunt of it. But
this
you stand up.
Ride Western. You ride English because it doesn't have a horn.
I'm gonna make you take a point of damage though, just from like hitting that moving. As you do hit the ground pretty hard. You're not like, you're more bruised up than injured. But it is enough that for a second, like the person who's mainly involved in this fight appears to kind of like break concentration on that and look at the woman who is just skidded on her front right next to him.
Good. She sort of like pulls herself up out of the dirt. She wipes it from her face. She's like, what's going on?
You can't see what's going on? As he goes back to this man and just starts violently shaking him. Pull it together, man!
Do I have a lasso on my horse? Like on my saddle?
If you spend a point of karma, then yes.
Hell yeah, all right.
We will have a flashback to Tess Stapleton, who had been saddling the horse and had prepared this maybe to go out onto a ranch somewhere nearby. So yeah, there is a lasso on your horse.
Okay, so she pulls it out and she's got it in she's got it out with like, you know, the loop, so she's ready to like rope him, but she stood there being like, cut it out. And she's threatening him with this. She's like, I'll use it, I swear to God, I'll use it.
Am I getting an Evie vibe from this person?
Go ahead, you know what? Go ahead and make a smarts roll, and you can have an extra dice because you're friends with Evie, so you know Evie pretty well.
Okay.
You know what she's like. For some reason, it doesn't like the 2 on the dice table.
It doesn't. I'll just do them as... Okay, I'll do this.
There we go.
Oh, and I got an explosion. So that's 5, 10, 17 I got 17. On that.
Yeah, you weren't sure before, but there's a moment when, like, as soon as the lasso comes out, it's just something about this woman's power stance is very familiar to the
canoe. Yeah. So I'm just going to be in the background, kind of just doing this, trying to catch her eye, because I'm not like sure, but like
Eva, you stand there, and you can see the woman who looks like she'd been knocked aside picks herself up and just is watching as this man dressed in black is like shaking this individual, and just behind you there's this woman just standing behind this all happening.
Evie, you know, she stood there, she's ready to square up with this guy, and then her eyes just focus on Lily for a second doing this, and she's like, and she gives a big like nod.
And then Lily's like gesturing her over, so maybe Evie probably guesses who it is at this point. It's like,
you can absolutely work out that this is Lily just by like the excited.
Okay,
and gesturing you to like come over here as well.
Okay, I think as a way to sort of still save somewhat face, covered in mud, her hat's probably gone somewhere now.
You can have picked it up. I'll let you have picked it up.
Okay, pick it up. She shoves her hat back on grumpily, and she's going to stride forward and just like push through these people to get to Lily, to just try and do anything to disrupt this violence, which is occurring.
Make me a brawn check.
Oh, good God.
As this happens, as you're making that, Ozan, you kind of riding towards the town center, you see this brawl going on. There is a horse that just appears to kind of be semi-circling without a rider. A woman wearing a cowboy hat that's currently pushing... I don't know why that dice roller has stopped working. You might just have to roll...
Let me roll the
2d6.
Yeah, if you roll the most exploding ones, it just works okay.
Yeah. So 9, 10, 11. Yeah, you kind of like push through, and Ozan, you see this as this woman dressed like a cowgirl kind of pushes through, breaks up this fight towards another woman at the back who's wearing kind of overalls, who is like excitedly like almost like telling her to come over as this fight goes on. Other people are just standing watching, almost like they're in a trance. The man who appears to have instigated this fight is dressed in black. Ozan, go ahead and make me a smarts test. As you get to perceive this from a bit of a distance, whereas Evie, you're just kind of focused on breaking it up and getting over to Lily now. 6, 4.
I got an 8.
There's something about the way this man's dressed that jogs something about what you're supposed to do, but you can't think of what it is. It's there for a second, then he turns his back to you, and you can't think about what you just saw that was distinctive because there's just so much weird going on in front of you.
I think seeing all of this happening, Ozan's eyes, I think, first go to these two people that are fighting and to the person that's being, like, shaken. And what is the person who's being shaken, like, what do they look like? Are they fighting back? Or are they just kind of...
Now that Evie, or not Evie, but now that this woman has broken these two up, the one who is being shaken just kind of stands there like nothing has happened and just begins to walk off. Other people appear to go back to the saloon again in just like a really serene state. Like you've seen everyone else around here walking, apart from a couple of the kids.
And I think Ozan just kind of like notes that and then walks over towards this person that had like broken up the fight towards them, and we'll just say, excuse me, ma'am. I was wondering if you knew what was going on here?
There was a fight, trying to break it up.
As two people who live in this town, in this time,
yep,
we stopped the fight.
I am just a normal citizen trying to keep the peace to stop the sheriff having to get involved, because that's not good for anyone. So I live here. I would like to see a happy and peaceful town.
Yes, my name is Martha.
Mine is Tessa.
Is it? Oh.
Yes. I think Ozan like recognizes the strange things that are being said and just kind of very slowly lifts their hands and starts doing the
Oh my god, yes!
Oh my goodness. Oh,
It's me, Lily. I'm wearing overalls.
I can see that. You two really need to work on the way you talk to people. It's a little obvious that you're not actually from here.
At that exact moment, walking straight past you, not paying any attention at all, is a bandaged man, and he's like, "Man, the past is hella gnarly. It's just hella gnarly. Ugh, I gotta relax. I gotta take a chill pill, or I'm gonna freak out." And he's just like
Oh,
walking
and
in the
there's
background,
Theo.
talking to himself.
As Theo does this, you notice the man, Evie, that was fighting, kind of his head snaps and looks towards the man who is very obviously Theo.
This is decidedly not tubular.
And he runs up, like at a pace, runs up to go and grab onto the shoulders of this man,
Oh,
who definitely sounds like Theo in terms of the words.
the bunny
Turns
goes in the
round.
hole. The bunny goes in the hole, right?
I don't know what that means, but you're not like them.
Oh
none of you are
no!
like
Oh wait,
them.
no! I am old-timey miner. Yes, I am.
This man
The bunny goes in the hole.
is wearing like a priest's collar.
Ah, yeah. So like you're
You're not
also
from
from
here.
here. What?
You're not from here.
No, I came from the mines.
Is that Mr. Goodall?
You're Mr. Goodall. You're
Yes,
a teacher.
yes.
Hey,
the dog
what-
sent you. I'm your
yeah,
teacher.
what's some of your students? We're like underage, yet we are being
Hi, Mr.
involved in
Goodall.
the science project, and now we're here.
It's
Should my
Ozan.
students are you? Oh,
Hi,
Ozan.
it's Lily.
Okay. Lily.
Evie.
Yeah.
And she tips the cowboy hat.
Somehow
Theo,
not
what's up?
surprised.
You probably didn't recognize me without my lacrosse stick.
And I'm wearing overalls.
I can
Nice.
see that, Lily. Yes. Okay. We need to go somewhere quiet and private so I can talk to you about what is going on. I'm assuming the doc sent you. I hope you didn't just
I
find
have
your
a
way
hut.
here.
I have a hut with some alcohol in it.
Nice.
Maybe the house would be better. It's quite large. Lots of books.
Yeah, the house would be radical.
Look, you pick. I ended up in the Reverend's body, and well, the church isn't safe. And he kind of points, and you can just see down the way the church where the steeple would have a cross on it. It's been inverted, and it looks like there are some weird planty growth things making its way out of the roof.
You just hear Evie say really quietly, "Hail Satan, dude."
Oh, it's nothing about Satan, Evie. No, this is a whole different kind of thing.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay,
Come on, let's go to the house.
Let's go to Ozan's book house.
And Ozan, I think,
yes, lead
directs
the way.
everybody towards, as Alma directs everybody towards the house, unlocks the door.
I'm going to bring my horse, just so it's
Yeah,
reminded.
You
I
can
have
bring
my
the horse.
horse.
You have a horse now?
I
What's
think-
it called?
Hermes, apparently. Pretty cute, right? It's an
Yeah.
Appaloosa. He's got those butt spots.
Oh.
That's bodacious.
I don't think that word means what you think it means, Theo.
It's bold and excellent and wonderful. So yeah, I believe it is bodacious.
You have this conversation on the way back to Ozan's body's house, apparently. And you can see as you walk back there, the townsfolk, now it's been really pointed out, are strange. It almost reminds you of the men you saw at the mall.
Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Bunch
the
of
Steves.
Steves. Yeah.
And you kind of sit down in this very comfy living room. There's not quite enough chairs, but Mr. Goodall looks at you and says, "Okay, so the doc sent you. Thank God.
Yes.
Man's a genius. From 1984?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Right. Okay. You are just in time. There's a big ritual tonight. All of the townsfolk, they're all gone. Whoever they were is gone. They're just what the doc calls pod people now. They're not really people anymore. Felicity McCallum, or the person that was Felicity McCallum, she owns the saloon. She just holds up in the church now. It's covered with this weird writing, plant growth and everything. Some strange interdimensional being called Yogurt Sothoth. I don't know. Apparently they were right when they called yogurt food for the gods. They were just wrong about which one it belonged to. I have a plan. Originally, the doc thought that somebody, a group of villagers, blew up some cliffs and flooded the town, flooded the hole, and then flooded the rest of the town, and then buried the evidence of it.
Oh, I was in that. Yeah, I was in that. I was a miner and something came. That's why I'm in all these bandages and hurt.
Yes. It was there was a mine collapse originally.
Yeah.
That's what caused these things to come up in the first place. So, I have a plan. There is dynamite left over from the mine. We could blow it up. We could be the cause of what floods the town.
Cool.
Do we want to do that? I thought we were supposed to be preventing it.
Well, the flooding did prevent it until the researchers started digging things up again.
So how do we stop the researchers digging up again?
We have to make sure there's nothing left for them to dig up. We still have to flood the town. That's the historical timeline of events.
Right.
But whatever's in that hole, this plant god creature thing, we need to kill it.
Yeah.
Properly kill it.
Do
Plants don't like fire, except we
Well,
can't
not
just
many
throw
people
dynamite
do.
down there. That might not do the job, and we need that to blow the cliffs.
You don't
You
have
don't
to
have to
hold
raise
your
your hand,
We're
Lily.
all
We're not
adults
in
now.
class.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any plant weed killer? Because the doctor had some, and that would be good.
Oh, like Roundup?
No.
No.
You said you had a
Okay.
place with alcohol.
Yeah.
We could make some. I mean, you're a chemistry teacher, right, Mr. Goodall? You probably know
The
a little
stuff
bit
that the
about.
doc is using uses far more modern techniques than are available now, and I have no laboratory.
Yeah, but alcohol catches
Either
fire,
you have
right?
that face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
It's usually the face
alcohol
that you
burns.
have when
Yeah.
it does.
We just
I'm
pour a
glad you've been
bunch of it
paying
down
attention.
there. Oh, sorry.
So we just pour it down and then
Yeah.
set it on fire, and then it burns it. And then when that's done, then you can blow up the dynamite and the water comes in, but it has to be after, because if the fire gets wet, it'll stop.
Yes. Fire stops. Fire stopped by water. Yeah.
So
That-
you do
that
all
checks
pay
out.
attention in my lessons. Wonderful.
We're
Okay,
literally
well,
the only one. Yeah.
Who wants to do what then? Because we have to make a move.
Get
Some
some
of us
fire.
are going to have to go up to the cliffs
Yeah.
with the dynamite, and everyone else needs to stay down here. Stop the ritual from happening and get the moonshine to burn up. Get rid of the thing.
I can stop the ritual.
I can
can make a
climb.
Yeah.
I've been rock climbing, so I feel like
You'll be good at that.
And you see it takes him a minute to try and link up the names with the people he's seeing in front of him. Ozan, you will come with me. Theo,
Yeah.
you're down here.
Yeah.
And
I'm with the fire, dude.
of course, I'm not letting you anywhere near dynamite, Evie. Lily, it's up to you.
Yeah?
Where would you like to? Well, I guess you have to be here for the moonshine.
I mean, yeah, because if other people see me, they'll be like, "Oh, she's the moonshine lady," and I'll be like, "Oh yeah, that's me."
Okay. Well, Ozan, it looks like it's just us two heading up to the cliffs then to blow the dynamite.
okay.
That's good. We will. I've got some from the mines. We just have to calculate the best way to blow it, and I think you're the right person for that.
Yeah.
Right, the three of you. The ritual's taking place further down. If you make your way past the church, you can see the huge sinkhole that opened up, the stone circle around it. The ritual it's already really beginning. People are beginning to gather. Put a stop to it. Stop whatever it is down there, and as quickly as you can, burn it up. And
Yeah.
we'll rig things to blow in. How long do you think that climb will take, Ozan? Up to the cliffs, set the charges.
I think we could probably secure it in an hour max.
An hour, 45 minutes. That's how long you've got to put a stop
Oh,
to the
okay.
ritual.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's go get the alcohol then. That's in my house.
Let's go. And Ozan, Dr. Goodall, Mr. Goodall kind of pulls you out towards where he has been holing up, basically.
I think Ozan goes over to Evie and asks her if they can borrow Evie's like rope and stuff because like they're just in case they need something to help with the climb.
Yeah, and Evie will hand over the rope and also hand over like a proper like knife just in case.
Thank
And
you.
Sharp.
Before you go, Lily will turn to Ozan and go, "Hey, Ozan, you got this, yeah?" And you can have one of my karma points to help you when you're doing the.
I'm
Thank you,
imagining
Lily.
a wonderful little like Go Bears cheer here happening.
Yes.
Go Bears. As a flashback, Theo goes back to when he was like, he had to do a history project and he hates history, but he likes lacrosse. And it turns out lacrosse is like from the 1100s. And he did some research on this local area. And it turns out that lacrosse was actually popular back here. And he knows that there's probably a stick. So he goes around the corner and gathers like
I will
ye
let you
old
have a
lacrosse
lacrosse
stick
stick.
with a wooden ball. Yes.
Ye
excellent.
old
You can have
lacrosse
a
stick.
stick with a wooden ball. You
Awesome.
can have that.
Thank you.
That's how we're gonna set it on fire. We're gonna get a Molotov in the lacrosse stick.
Yeah. Yeah. Perfect.
Okay,
It
let's go get the
translates
alcohol.
directly.
Yes.
So, being conscious of time and stuff,
Mhm.
I want to get a rough idea of the events of what you plan to do. And then what we're going to do is we're going to montage the
Yeah.
stopping of the ritual and seeing if we'll get you to make some tests and we'll see how it goes and see if you're successful at the end of it. So, I guess Ozan and Mr. Goodall are going to start their climb up the mountain or up the side of the falls here to get ready to blow it. But while that is happening, what's kind of the first step for Lily, Evie, and Theo?
So I think Evie steals a wagon or grabs a wagon from the stable to, cart all this alcohol. I imagine we've probably got like moonshine jugs because that's just more like fun and cinematic.
You're not going to be able
right?
to move the big stills.
No.
Like,
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'm
so
sure we
she
can pour them
steals a
into,
wagon,
yeah.
pulls up outside the little moonshine shack. She's ready, like
we
a
don't have
getaway
to steal
driver.
the wagon. You probably have one if you own
Yeah.
a stables.
Pass.
Yeah.
So you are filling up bottles and loading them onto the wagon with the moonshine. What's Theo doing as Evie and Lily are doing that?
Getting in the zone, flipping his stick back and forth, prepping, thinking about how he's going to flip these bottles, getting ready.
Are you thinking about a way? Do we have something to set it on fire? Because it's the late 1800s. We don't have
Like
lighters.
a lantern or something,
Lanterns.
right?
Yeah.
There'll be a lantern on the wagon.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're just going to yeet the lantern and the lacrosse stick when we get in there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's make the first round of tests for this first bit of the montage then. Ozan, do you want to go ahead and make me a moves roll for that climbing? As Mr. Goodall doesn't seem very experienced as a climber, but he manages okay. As you try to climb up and you're carrying...
I got a 9, but I am going to use a point of karma to add a d6 to that,
Go
Nice.
for it.
which turns that into a 14.
It's a bit of a struggle to get up here, and it maybe takes you a little bit longer than you would have hoped. But it's awkward. You're not in your own body. The body of the woman that you are in is not particularly athletic, perhaps like maybe you are back as yourself, but you do manage the climb once you kind of get the hang of the way this body moves and what it's capable of. You do start climbing up, and Mr. Goodall does as well, and you're lugging up the dynamite along with you, and you manage to make it to the top of the ridge pass, and can start beginning to survey for like where a good site would be. Evie and Lily, I would like one of you can pick, but you are starting to bottle up this moonshine and kind of load it onto the wagon. I want you to make a test for me because you've only got so much time to do this before you know you have to try and get it down there. Somebody go ahead and make me... I guess you could either make smarts or moves, it's up to you, to try and bottle up basically as much as you can without wasting any.
I've got a 4 in moves.
I've got a 5 in moves.
That's you then.
So go ahead and make that roll
Uh,
as you try to fill this up as quickly
We
as
got
you
a
can.
6. All right, that's
It's gonna be
23.
23. You can you obviously can't fill the entire wagon because that would be a lot of moonshine, but you manage with the time that you have to empty out one of the stills before it kind of feels like it's time that you have to get going. That that takes you like a good 20 minutes or so. And Theo,
Yeah.
you're kind of like trying to pump yourself up.
Yeah. Get in the zone.
Go ahead and make me a brawn test then. I imagine as you're like practicing whacking stuff far distances, maybe inside of the distillery or maybe just outside of it.
As my specialty, I changed to lacrosse. So I'm going to add a point to that.
Yeah, go
and
for
roll
it.
6 dice.
Oh gosh, three exploding
sixes.
dice there.
Let me roll those again.
That is 23.
There. 3 of those. Oh, that didn't quite work.
You want to use 3? The exploding 6 one.
Gotcha.
That one should
sorry.
definitely work.
No, it still just did 3. Wait, hang on.
Roll 20 just doesn't.
Well, 1, 2, 3. There we go.
So you roll another one for the exploding 6.
Right.
22,
4,
28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 36.
Yeah.
You can hear outside Lily and Evie as like Theo set up maybe some empty glass bottles. Smash, 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 smash. The sound of them being set up again. Smash. Every single one a hit the first time around. Every thwack of the lacrosse stick ends in a smash sound.
Cross God.
I'm going to have that grant you an extra dice later when you go to make your attack to swing it over.
Nice.
Okay, back around to Ozan. You've reached the top of the peak. What are you suggesting that the two of you do now?
I think Ozan is thinking back to geography class, to thinking back to, classes about rock formations and the landscape and things like that, and is trying to find essentially like where would be like the weak point of this cliff, where would be enough, because they're also doing like calculations in their mind about like, okay, like how much of this cliff do we need to blow up in order to successfully like divert the river and flood this. So I think they're just sort of like doing these calculations, and once they've done it, they walk over to a specific spot along the cliff and they say, here.
Okay, go ahead and make me, I guess this is going to be another smarts roll.
Okay.
For Ozan. As you try to figure out the best place.
I'm going to use a point of karma to add a die.
Go for it.
And that is a 11.
You're not sure if this is the most ideal place, but it is the most ideal place that you can get to that doesn't involve another 20-minute trek.
I relay that information to Mr. Goodall. I'm not sure that we'll be able to get to anything better than this in time, so this is the best we got.
He starts, the dynamite that you've hauled up, he starts bringing it out and putting it down, and he looks at you. You know how to wrap these charges? Help me figure out where best to place them?
I think so. If it's anything like that experiment we did 2 weeks ago, I think, in chemistry class, then...
Just before spring break, yeah.
Yeah.
Similar to that, kind of like that, but bigger, much bigger.
Yeah, and I think...
This stuff doesn't burn slowly. It goes kaboom very quickly.
Yeah, and I think Ozan is like visibly a little bit afraid of all of this because, like, yes, we've done experiments in chemistry, but I think we've never done anything sort of this dangerous before, and they're a little bit worried that maybe their knowledge is just not enough, but they're helping out as much as they can.
He puts his hand on your shoulder and goes, "You got this, just like a field experiment. That's all this is, one big field experiment."
One big field experiment, right. Yeah, it'll be okay.
Taps you on the shoulder. "You've got this." Okay, so we're going to go back around here. Lily, Evie, Theo, what are you doing now? You've got the wagon loaded with your 1 still's worth of moonshine.
Okay, we need to get in to like the church, did he say? Where the ritual is?
Yeah.
It's happening just past the church. There's like a big sinkhole in the ground. Apparently it's surrounded by stone circles, and everyone seems to be heading that way.
So we can just act cool, blend in, walk in like with a cart with everyone, almost like, hey, we got the drinks for the party ritual.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But then like maybe if we just like pick up the jugs and like smash them on the ground, and then Theo can like chuck the lantern in.
Yeah. I'm ready for it. Plus, I can
Yeah.
probably chuck a couple bottles around too. Yeah, let's do
Yeah.
this. Calamity. That's
You
our
start
name.
making your way down past
Yeah.
the
Oh,
church
Calamity.
towards the sinkhole, and you can already see all of these people standing around now in a trance-like state. And a woman wearing like a saloon mistress's garb, standing right on the edge of where the stone circle lies around the sinkhole, arms out, as she cries out, Yahul, Yagul, Lorn, Faflag, Yogot Sogoth, Volker McClag,
it's the ogre guy.
Cthulhu, rise, O ancient one, and begins calling out, and you can see tendrils starting to come up out of the sinkhole. Strange,
Oh my god,
fleshy,
ew.
plant-like tendrils that leak this horrible, like pink, yogurty looking ooze as this thing begins to crawl its way out. And even after a few moments, you don't see anything else rising. It's just the tendrils snaking up. Whatever this is, it's huge.
Okay.
Oh my god, ew. Okay,
Theo,
get the
yeah, Theo leaps onto the back of the wagon with his lacrosse stick in hand and goes, "Hey, yogurt! It's time to get pasteurized." And he starts
You
flinging.
watch as all of the people around here turn to look at you and start, in a weird trance-like state, moving towards the wagon.
Just flinging them, just flinging one bottle after the next at them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Evie's pitching balls from the back.
join in. Yeah.
Okay, so Theo, I want you to make me a brawn test.
Yeah.
And Lily and Evie, I will let you give basically Theo an extra dice as you're pitching the bottles. For
Okay,
him.
cool.
So Theo, go ahead and roll that test with those
All right.
extra dice.
All right, there we go.
18, 19, 20, 21.
Ah.
Just enough.
Nice.
As Lily and Evie, you get like a rhythm going. Maybe Lily with like a cheerleader cheer that gets in that rhythm.
Yeah.
As you
for sure.
lob them, and Theo hits them and manages to hit them just right on the kind of like cork tops so they don't immediately smash on impact as they go over. A couple of bottles hit the pod people in the crowd who start crowding up against the wagon as they smash onto the plant tendrils, and as the glass shatters you see it rear up the tendrils. This strange yogurty substance goes everywhere. It smells like strawberry yogurt.
That's kind of nice, though.
Oh, that was gross. Yeah.
It doesn't smell awful, but
Yeah.
but you
Like
can
a
still see the
Pop-Tart.
creature rising as you begin to drench it in this alcohol. Ozan, back up with Mr. Goodall. You think you found, the best place to maybe put these charges. I want you to roll to get it all set up ready for detonation.
Okay, what is the move? Or is it like what is the stat?
I will let you either go for smarts or move, depending on how you're approaching it. If you're going based on like working out, this is the best point, and to move, this rock would roughly be this big. So to shear off it, it would need X many pounds of explosives. Or whether you're going for kind of like just really accurately bundling this together and getting it in just the right spot. It's up to you how you want to approach it.
I think Ozan is more likely to do the former, to try and rely on the calculation of it all. So I'll go with smarts, and then I'm going to use 2 karma to add 2 dice to this because I really don't want this to fail. So we're going to try it.
Go for it.
Oh, and there's a
Exploding
6. All right, so that is a 20.
20, just enough, as you manage to pack the explosives into crevices and cracks and get it all wired up and ready, all to one detonation. And you've definitely got like an old-timey detonation lever because that's fun. All ready to go. You just have to time it now. Too soon, and you flood the town too quickly. The plant thing doesn't die, and who knows what befalls the fate of your friends. Too late, and you could get caught. There are still pod people wandering about, or perhaps it just doesn't have the same effect, and maybe you change history. As you wait, hovering over the button, Lily, Evie, and Theo, you're beginning to bat this alcohol down. What is your plan now? As this creature is getting more and more doused in this alcohol, as pod people start climbing up the side of the wagon, trying to grab at you to stop this. Felicity McCallum still continues reciting these strange, alien-like words.
Do it now, Theo.
Evie's like, hey, quick question. If we die in 1884, do we die in real life? You muted her.
I forgot to ask. Well,
Sorry. After we soaked everything, right? After we just soaked it all, like I would scoop the lantern into my lacrosse stick and I'd look right at the woman doing the chanting and try and fling it as close to her as possible so it strikes this giant plant thing and just goes up.
Evie, get ready to get us out of here.
Yep.
On the cart.
I imagine you've saddled like 2 of the horses to the cart. Would that be the case?
Yeah, okay, 2 horsepower.
So you get ready. Theo.
And I'm going to go to like high kick away some of the steves that are coming.
Yeah, Lily, go ahead and make me a brawn test as you're trying to like kick off the steves, the pod people who are coming.
Hey, I'm not very like brawny as you might imagine, so I'm going to use 2 of my karma points so I could get 4 dice to do this with. Because I feel like this is important. And I got an exploding 6. Okay, so 12, 17.
17. Yeah, you can easily do that. They're not particularly like they're very trance-like, so they're not massively aggressive. They're just kind of
easy to kick in the face.
It's almost like somebody's told somebody how to try to grab someone, and they've only half grasped the concept. And you start kicking like away at. You've got pretty tough working boots on. Still got a bit of a heel to them. Just kicking them away from the wagon as they just tumble back, and another one comes up, and you kick them back. Just as Evie's getting ready with the horses, waiting back. Theo, go ahead and make that roll as you go to toss the lantern right at
I'm going to go ahead and add 2 of my karma points to this because this shot's got to make it.
Do you know what? You can have one of mine as well. I'll be like, get him, Theo, pasteurize it. To copy your line because I love that.
Look at 8d6. Okay. Nice.
Nice. So that's going to be 25.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need
Describe to
dice.
me. Describe to me how this happens, Theo.
So he's got the lantern in it, and he shouts for the woman who's doing the ceremony to get her attention. Hey, lady, eat my shorts. And he just flings the lantern as hard as he can.
You fling the lantern, and Felicity almost like she doesn't duck as it hits her, and she falls into the pit. And you can see now as she goes up that she isn't really human. She goes up like a plant does, and beneath the flesh you can see weird vine-like plant-like veins beneath, like she is
gross.
Another one of these creatures, some similar form.
Yeah.
And suddenly the sinkhole, there's nothing for a minute, and then flame that rises up. You see the tentacles beginning to writhe and burn in places. You watch as all of the pod people around you drop to their knees, like holding their hands over their head, like there's something screaming that you can't hear. And this is your time to try and get out of here.
Yeah, we better run.
Evie, go! Evie, go!
Go!
Ja!
Go ahead and make me a moves test, Evie.
Okay. We got 5 in moves. I'm feeling confident.
I believe in you. Do you
So
have karma?
You start pulling away.
I do. I would like to use a
spending
karma
the
to get
karma.
rid of that karma.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Just for the context, there was a calamity dice rolled on that for everyone watching.
Definitely the time to use karma.
You begin moving, Susie, and the wagon takes off, and then suddenly you watch as this plant-like creature rises for a moment in flame out of the sinkhole, lashes out one of the few tendrils it has left, and you can feel it wrap around the back of the wagon, and the wheels lock for a moment. Describe to me how you avoid this calamity.
Ooh, okay, so what if the tendril wraps around the wheel, it pulls the wheel off the wagon, but in doing so it loosens the tack which the horses are attached to the wagon, so the horses are now free, and Evie grabs Lily and she assumes Theo is right behind them, and she pulls Lily onto this horse with her, and they ride the horses rather than the wagon.
Heck yeah.
you start riding the horses as this creature lifting itself out of flame, writhing about. You can watch as bits of it begin to burn up into ash, like burning wood on a fire, or if you've ever seen like almost semi-wet grass catch when something gets hot enough.
Yeah.
It's like that as it starts trying to stumble its way towards you, this horrible, strange, mutated like plant. And it begins to lash out tendrils, and it's just not enough as you get away.
Yeah.
Ozan.
Theo leaps on the horse. It's just like lacrosse. It translates directly. He's riding.
In the distance, you suddenly see thick black smoke rising. What would you
I
like
think
to
it's
do?
time. I think it is time. So Ozan, I think, goes to the button. I think they see the smoke
plunger.
rising, and they wait for it to like get to a specific size, the smoke cloud, and then they press the button.
Go ahead and make me one more smarts test. as
I'm
you try
using
to
my
time this.
last
Yeah.
karma.
Yeah.
My
This
last
is the
karma
time.
to make this happen. Oh, I got an exploding
Nice.
6.
Exploding.
Okay. Oh my god, it's another one.
Nice.
12, 13, 14, 20, 21.
21.
You wait. You can feel yourself counting, and Mr. Goodall's looking at you like now, and it's just a bit too early. But explain what Ozan does as you finally eventually push that lever down to detonate the explosion, and assuming that you're far enough away from it.
I think Ozan has calculated, like, thought in their head about, like, okay, how much of this alcohol is going to burn and how big is the smoke cloud going to form when that happens. And I think in their head, they kind of created like an eye line, like a vision out in the distance in the horizon where they're like, as soon as the smoke cloud is big enough to cover that tree over there out in the distance, I'm going to do it. And they're waiting and they're waiting and they're waiting, like sweat, I think, dripping down their brow because they have this like high necked collar on. I think their like sweat is pooling around their neck as well. And they're so anxious. And then finally, when the smoke covers that last tree, they push with their entire body weight, I think, just to make sure that it happens. They push down on the lever. And then they run back the other way because they're not sure if they're going to be like caught in.
You push down the lever, you start running. Mr. Goodall watches for a second, like just the spark trail along the fuse, and then immediately realizes you've run and turns to run too. And then it's just silent, smoke rising in the background, and suddenly there's a loud boom, and it almost bursts your eardrums. It's so loud. Lily, Evie, Theo, you hear it from down below as you watch smoke and dust and rock go everywhere just off in the distance. And then it's quiet again for a moment before you hear something. Moving water that gets louder and louder and louder and begins to come crashing down. You can see it just ahead, like further ahead, coming down, and you manage to, Evie, steer everyone to veer off up to the high ground, and from there in your separate places you watch as the water comes crashing down around the town. It sweeps buildings with it. The strange plant creature, as it still tries to lumber towards where it last saw you, finally kind of burns up in places and stops moving and is washed down the sinkhole by this great flood that begins to fill. And then, for a moment, as you're standing here, you blink and there's kind of like a blue haze that comes over all of your vision as you start to feel unsteady. And Evie, anyone on the horses, you kind of have to grab on for stability, and the horses start braying and kicking up. And Ozan, you notice Mr. Goodall kind of stumbles almost to his knees as he's trying to blink, and you are too. And then it's dark again. And when you open your eyes, you're back in the lab. Heavy breathing. You can still feel your heart racing from the few moments ago as the doc looks at you. I think you did it. I think you did it.
We fought the
What
yogurt.
did we do?
The radio thing has stopped the message from the company, and I think you did it. I think you've done it. Things started to disappear. The sludge on the sofa's gone. I think you did it.
Awesome.
I mean, something must still be kind of left over because we can still remember this, and time travel's weird.
Yeah.
But I think you did it. And he like starts unhooking you.
We did it.
And he reaches
And
for
none of us
something as if
banged our great-great-grandmothers.
That's true.
I'm very proud of you all, especially him, and points at Theo.
Thank you. Theo's really
And
proud.
he goes to grab something as if to like offer a drink, and he picks up the weaker, and maybe not that. Puts that down. Comes
we're
back.
still underage. You shouldn't offer us whiskey.
He gets a beer for Mr. Goodall, and all of you get some
High C.
proper fruit juice.
Yeah.
Some good old orange juice.
Tang was really popular right
You
now.
get some Tang. There we go.
Wow.
And you all kind of sit in this basement
Yeah.
with this strange time travel equipment.
Cheers with our Tang.
Hopefully, knowing that Steve and the many Steves now no longer exist. And thus concludes our strange science adventure, friends.
Yeah.
Yay.
I should
Hell
at
yeah.
least get a B now.
In chemistry,
Yeah.
Oh,
Funny
Mr.
enough,
Goodall,
you'll get
can you,
excellent grades at the end of this.
Mr. Goodall, can you write us a hall pass because we're meant
Yeah,
to be
we're gonna
in
need
school
excuse
right
to
now.
get back in class.
There
and
is
Ozon's got a perfect attendance record, and we can't mess with that.
there's a very like lengthy, weird, not quite believed, but no one cares to question enough explanation because it's the 80s in America,
Right.
where it's just like they were doing a project with me out on the lake, and everyone just kind of went, that seems easier than paperwork, so sure.
Yeah.
So, friends,
Amazing.
that's the end of this adventure. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's really fun. This adventure is a wild ride in the book. Love that Susie immediately went aliens. I'm like, has she read this?
It's always aliens.
Yeah, you got through most of what was written. There was only a couple of little bits that we skipped over because you went some places instead of others. But hopefully you all had fun.
Yeah.
If you enjoyed what you saw on the stream today, you can buy your copy of the Awfully Cheerful Engine over at empublishingrpg.com. It's $4.99 for the PDF or $9.99 for the PDF with the softback book. Jess is displaying it there. It's a really fun system and really, really simple. There's a whole bunch of source books of kind of various genres. This is a strange science one. I think there's like a kind of an Indiana Jonesy themed one.
Right? Yes. You mean Montana drones that is not copyrighted? Of course.
Yes, Montana drones. There's a whole
Yes.
bunch of them that are themed that look really fun, and they all have an adventure in, right?
Yeah. And it doesn't matter what other kind of role-playing game you've played because it all translates directly.
One to
Yeah.
one.
And if you're into lacrosse, you can play any of
Yeah.
it.
It's easy. Just pick it right up.
Everything
Yeah.
is lacrosse.
Yeah,
So how the
everything
system
is
works is
lacrosse.
issue 1 just gives you all the rules and everything you need to play, so you can just do your own adventures with stuff there. But all the other books are just pre-written adventures and gives like specific equipment and character traits and roles for that, you know, non-copyrighted loving parody of that genre.
They're really fun. I had a lot of fun running this. This was my first time running this, and the rules are super simple. So if you're wondering how easy it is to run, it's this easy. But otherwise, I think we'll go round and see how people are feeling about what's gone on, and tell us where we can find you, I guess. So we'll start with let's go the opposite way around. We'll start with Aram.
Yeah, Theo had a great day. This was awesome. So Theo had a fantastic time, and I had fun as well. You can find everything I do at Aram Varchian, or find all the shows that I make at aram.gay.
That's an amazing website.
It's the best. It's the best. I pay a hell of a pink tax for that website domain, but I love it.
Do check Aram out. Aram makes some incredible shows and podcasts. I've been lucky to be on a few of them. And Kill Every Monster just got nominated for an Emmy, so we're
Gonna
keeping
find
our
out
fingers
Friday.
crossed for you. Finding
Yeah.
out Friday. Fingers crossed, it deserves it.
Thank you. Much
But please
appreciated.
go check Aram out. We also have Hamna.
Yes, hello.
How was this for you?
It was so fun. I really enjoyed it. I was not expecting the twist at the end with the time travel. That was very, very cool. But yeah, so hello everybody. My name is Humna. I use any and all pronouns, and I am a TTRPG performer, not producer. You can find me on Twitter at @shahid_, where I talk about all of the different projects that I'm a part of. The one that is coming up most close to today is on Saturday. Transplanar RPG goes live at 8 p.m. Eastern time. For those of you that don't know, Transplanar RPG is an all transgender POC-led D&D 5e live stream set in a homebrew, non-colonial, anti-Orientalist world. It's super, super fun. We are in Arc 6. You should come check out what's going on. Our characters are also in a time loop. What? More time travel?
So if you want more timey-wimey to watch in RPGs, that's where you should go. Hamna is amazing. I've had the joy of GMing for Hamna before in Captains of Cthulhu. They always have such incredible characters, so please go follow them and check them out. Then we have one of my other good friends, Susie.
Hi, I'm Susie, otherwise known as Susanna Grace. I had a wonderful time playing this today. Evie was my exact brand of disaster teenager from the 80s. And y'all were fantastic to play with. There was such a good bunch, such a good mix of those classic 80s like group tropes. But yeah, you can find me all over the internet at Susanna Grace. I'm a freelance illustrator, I'm media marketing coordinator and art director for Black Cats Gaming. And I also stream every single day of the week where I play a school teacher in 1898. So you can come join me in the Wild West where I judge people Frenchily and buy horses.
Oh my god, are you a Red Dead RP person?
I am.
That's
I am,
amazing.
yeah.
That's so cool.
Susie is fantastic, and that may or may not be. There was a whole stream earlier today. Was it yesterday? Where Susie was trying to buy horses, and so when I saw there was like a horse girl NPC that you could inhabit the body of, I'm like, well, I know who's got to have that one.
I just love how I play I play a school teacher in 1898 every day, but I wasn't the teacher in this scenario. I was the horse girl.
You were the horse girl. And then last but not least, the wonderful Jess from over at EM Publishing, who is the reason I've been lucky enough to run the stream for everyone tonight. How was this for you, Jess?
It was really good fun. It's fun to be playing. Like I say, I'm the business manager at EM Publishing, so I do all the stuff behind the scenes to get you your books and get all the content here on EN Live. You can find me talking about mostly RPGs and my dog on Tabletop Jess. But wherever you're watching this right now for EM Publishing, I mostly stream on there. So every Monday I do my show Not D&D, where I interview different indie tabletop RPG creators about their show. And then every Friday and Saturday I do the podcast for Morris's unofficial tabletop RPG talk podcast, which is a stupid name, but I didn't choose it, where we talk about the week's tabletop RPG news and discuss things. And if you ask us a question about anything to do with tabletop RPGs, using the hashtag awfully cheerful question, and we answer it on the podcast, we'll send you a free copy of this game. So if you're like, wow, $4.99 is such a high price for an RPG, then you can do that on there. So you can find me wherever you're watching this.
Awesome. Well, Jess, thank you so much for asking me to come on and run this. This has been a blast. I had so much fun just preparing for this game, just reading the adventure. I had the same reaction as all of you did, being like, there's more, and time travel, and another twist. It was great. This has been so much fun. I am Virginia. I have been your game master for tonight, or director for tonight. You can find me all over the internet at Tabletop Horde. I work in the TTRPG industry. I do everything from graphic design, editing to writing, and I'm also a professional game master for private games and stream stuff as well. So if any of those things sound interesting to you, you can find me there. I occasionally post about projects that I'm working on Twitter, but I don't think there's anything I can talk about right now. Archon: A City of Neon Daylight just won an Indie Groundbreaker Award for Best Setting, and I did the editing and graphic design on that. So please go check that out and the wonderful folks who made it. Everything else I am under NDA for, unfortunately, as is the life of working in tabletop games. But tonight has been a blast. Thank you so much for everybody who has come to watch this. And if you're watching this back on a VOD through YouTube or one of those other channels, hello, and thank you for sticking around to the end and to the outros. Please go check out the Awfully Cheerful Engine. It's a whole ton of fun. and you will probably see us around the internet in places. I think that's pretty much it. So have a wonderful night. Thank you for sticking with us. We hope you enjoyed the show. Bye.